Grace and peace, everybody. We are back. Happy Monday to you. It's Mondays. We're March already, for crying out loud. Happy March to you all. Grace and peace. I have a show scheduled today with our lovely guest, Sarcastic Liberty, at 5 o'clock. So you're probably wondering, well, Jason, what time zone are you in that you're starting the show at 4? I do appreciate that, and I want to explain that. Earlier today, I dropped a video that dealt with one Mr. Brandon Tatum. And I got a lot of very interesting comments about that video. And it's this video right here. Shout out to the video. I said, Officer, and I'm going to start calling him Brandon Tantrum. Officer Brandon Tantrum crashes out on live podcast. And I thought I was being extremely fair to Brandon. I've got problems with him. I've told you all that well before this whole Candace debauchery had started. I had issues with him. So I did this video and, you know, shout out. I thought the video did well. Hey, there I am right there. What do you know? This is some real meta commentary right here, right? At least I have a different hat on, different shirt. Okay, cool. All right. But there was a comment. Where is it? And I really want to bring this up because, hold on, let me sort it by. Where is the comment? Because I saw a couple of comments like this. And I think these people have a misunderstanding of what is actually going on. So I want to address this issue because there was, again, like I said, there were a couple people, maybe 4, maybe 5, that had this, but one of them actually dropped a super. So I'm like, oh man, I really got to talk. I really want to address this because you're not actually correct. So I don't see it, Jason. All right, let's do this. Let's go back. I'll pull it up in the studio. All right, I don't see the comment. Oh, there it is right there. Ha, ha, ha. Never mind. We're back. All right, I want to talk about this comment right here. And every now and then, you know, no affront to this person. I think this person probably is well-meaning. I don't think that they have ill intent, so that's not at all what I'm saying. This person said here, and this one I think encapsulates. Let me get myself out of the way so you all can see this fully. All right. This person says this, and I think she probably encapsulates a lot of people who push back, had the exact same interpretation. Let's go with this. Sir, please watch it again. You're wrong. Officer Tantrum was saying that Candace Owens is evil, and he agrees completely with Dan Bongino. He was saying all those people who are unfollowing because he's not supporting Candace, they can leave. Okay. That's fair. And I can understand why this person said that. And I'm going to give an example of why this thought process is very prevalent. This is not the first time I've had people say this thought. It's not going to be the last time whatsoever. People, and I saw it in a video I did earlier where people say, the video where people said that a content creator said, I hate Candace. Said, I hate Candace. And I don't at all. I don't. I actually I have great pity for her because I know that ultimately she's not at odds with me or Turning Point or Erika Kirk. She's actually at odds with God. And she's a sinner who has not dealt with her sin. And therein is the problem. People like to bring up this idea as if you can separate the sinner from the actions that he or she does. Example being, if you pick any horrible person in history, any person that's done something horrible in history, you would not say that this person was outside of the horrible deed that they did. Jeffrey Dahmer. You wouldn't say that they were outside of that horrible deed. You would say, no, this guy was a murderer. He was a cannibal, whatever like that. So the idea that you can hate the cannibalism, you can hate the murder, but not actually attach it to somebody is silly. And I do think that this is part of the problem, is that a lot of people have kind of gotten in their mind that we can say Candace Owens is just a person. It's the things that she says that are different or outside of her. No, those are the things, as the scriptures teach, that are inside of her heart. And a lot of people are trying to separate that, and I don't know why. I don't know why they're doing that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the full video of Brandon Tatum crashing out. I'm going to stop at a couple key places, but I'm going to play the full video that they say, go back and watch the whole thing. Well, I wouldn't watch the whole thing. That's where I got the clip from to start with. I watched the whole thing, and I'm going to show you that Brandon Tatum not only speaks with a forked tongue, he speaks out the side of his mouth. He contradicts himself in the same sentence. It's pretty bad. And you can think that, again, I'm not saying that Brandon Tatum is a terrible person. I do have a lot of problems with his theology. A lot of people don't know that Brandon Tatum denies that Jesus Christ is God. He denies that wholeheartedly. So Brandon has a lot of problems. And so therefore, this is part of the problem. Brandon doesn't understand things, and he'll talk authoritatively on stuff that he doesn't know. Or he'll try to dance around things to get around it, which I think is crazy work. Yeah. You know what? We're going to go ahead and bring that. I'm going to do that video. I keep saying it. I keep dilly-dallying it around. Actually, if you just do a Google search, a YouTube search, Brandon Tatum denies Jesus. Brandon Tatum denies Jesus Christ. Brandon Tatum Trinity, whatever. You'll see the videos. They're on his channel. They're old videos, and he's never addressed those. He's never come back and corrected that theology that Jesus Christ is not God. He denies the Trinity. So therefore, by default, he has a different Jesus. He has a different God. So when I say that, I'm not saying that just trying to be mean to Brandon. Brandon Tatum has a different God. If Jesus Christ is not fully God, fully man, then he is not God. Brandon Tatum has a different God. My name is Jason. jwitt@jwitt.com. Oh, I got a new email, by the way, jwitt@jwitt.com. No, he denies the Trinity. So therein is the problem. See, Texas mother, you're asking the wonderful questions that come from critical thinking. That means that you probably have not outsourced your critical thinking to somebody else. You're asking the logical questions that would come from, wait. If Jesus is not God, then how am I saved? You're asking the right questions. So I don't come to Brandon Tatum, there are yahoos out here that jump up on this Lord's internet and just be talking off the top of their head, talking out their posterior. I at least have done the research. I've at least looked into. Am I perfect? No. Do I make some mistakes? Absolutely. But I'm not making this up. When I said Brandon Tatum did not call out Candace like y'all think he did, I'm going to show you in 4K. So thank you so much for jumping into the best live chat on the internet. And I want to shout this one out to this person and these people who said that I was wrong about how I addressed Brandon Tatum. So this is for them. And I'm going to try to be quick because I still want to start our regular show at 5 o'clock. I have my guest coming on at 5 o'clock. I don't want to be able to get this out of here. So if you don't mind, green hearts in the chat when you can hear. Let's go.
Bongino said it like it's supposed to be said. It's not about the individual person specifically. It's about anybody. You know who they are. Like and subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell to get notifications anytime I go live and make a video. Y'all already know what to do. Let's get into this. Let's get to Dan Bongino real.
All right. I wanted to make sure y'all saw that. Hey, I'm starting this up. I did speed it up a little bit just so we can get through because I have a lot to say and I don't want to take all night because I do want to, I want to respect your time. At 5 o'clock, I want to start looking at Charlie Kirk debates. So let's get this dance going. Let's go.
Quick. This is what I've been waiting on. This may be the rest of the show. I want to be very clear with my audience. Everybody keeps asking me, Candace Owens. I do not agree with what Candace Owens is saying.
Now watch this. Listen to what he said. I do not agree with what Candace Owens is saying. In about 3 minutes and 45 seconds, he's going to tell you exactly what it is that she's saying. And guess what? It's not what you think it is.
I don't agree how she's doing it. I don't agree what she's saying it. I think it's the most bizarre thing I ever heard.
Everybody is thinking that Brandon Tatum is talking about Candace Owens about Erika Kirk. That's a logical conclusion that you could make, but you inferred that. You brought that to the discussion. Brandon Tatum is not talking about that. So when he says things like Jesus, you now have to start questioning, well, what Jesus are you talking about? the thought of God, the created being that God made the first thing, or God eternal? You need to start asking that question because you've been inferring things that Brandon has not said. Watch.
Now, why do I not say her name every time I have something to say? Because it's not about the person, it's about the spirit behind what's happening.
It's not about the person, it's the spirit behind that. That's what I'm saying. Hate the sin, love the sinner. They think that you can separate the two. God is not going to, let me big screen this. God is not going to throw pornography into the lake of fire. God is not going to throw lying into the lake of fire, adultery, stealing, cheating, murder, all that stuff. He's not going to throw that into the lake of fire, into hell. He's going to throw those who practice those things. So the idea that we can separate somebody who's practicing a debased lifestyle of the alphabet mafia from the actual activity that they're doing is literally lying to that person, because guess what? God is going to be looking at that person and he's going to slingshot them straight into hell. And we're going to be sitting there like, oh, I didn't know that. I thought we could just tell them God loves the sinner, hate the sin. It's the sin that you're doing because you are a sinner. Again, this is finish up, Jason.
I would have to name 25,000 people every day, every time I make a statement.
No, this is a really false. Is it a false equivalency? I think it's a false equivalency or false dichotomy. You don't have to do that. We just want you to say Candace Owens is wrong in these areas. Because remember, he just said, I'm going to back up so you can hear it again because I keep stopping. He hasn't told you what he's upset or disagrees with Candace about. You'll be surprised when you find out what it is.
I do not agree with what Candace Owens is saying. I don't agree how she's doing it. I don't agree what she's saying it. I think it's the most bizarre thing I ever heard. Now, why do I not say her name every time I have something to say? Because it's not about the person, it's about the spirit behind what's happening. I would have to name 25,000 people every day, every time I make a statement. And it bothers me that people want to see drama more than they want to see solutions. But Dan Bongino said it like it's supposed to be said.
Dan Bongino is not my standard. Dan Bongino is not the standard of what it is that, for example, if we want to talk about the failed art student of Germany, everybody knows what the failed art student of Germany was responsible for. Do we need to talk about every member underneath the failed art student of Germany? Do we need to call out every little rank and file and plebe and everybody that's under him? Or do we just say the failed art student of Germany and we know what we're talking about and we know the evil that we're referring to? So, no, you don't need to call out 25,000 people. You just call out the evil that we're referring to. And I'm going to say it again. He is not talking about what you think he's talking about. And he's going to tell you that.
Not about the individual person specifically. It's about anybody. You know who they are. People in the comment section, won't you say that? If you know who I'm talking about and you know who it is, then what are you talking about? You want drama? You want an argument? You can give a person so much airtime all they want. What is that going to do to the principle of what's happening? It bothers me a little bit. I see why some people feel that way, but at the end of the day, it bothers me. At the end of all of this is a point blank clear synopsis is that if people, I think it's evil to say that Erika Kirk has something to do with Charlie Kirk's death. It's evil.
Okay, there you go. Now, who said it? Who is saying that, Brandon? Who is saying that Erika Kirk has something to do with Charlie Kirk's murder? I'm just asking because we are the best live chat in the most electrifying comment section. We are inferring that we think we know who you're talking about, Brandon, and you're going to tell us that we don't.
I think it's evil. Some people are consumed with evilness. I don't find any credible evidence whatsoever to believe that Erika Kirk has something to do with her husband's death. And the fact that people are even entertaining it with no evidence is a spit in the face to Charlie Kirk.
So because there were people following the orders of the failed art student of Germany, he's getting out here in in the rank and file. You know, he's calling out the officials and the leaders and the platoon masters and generals and all that stuff. Like, they're really bad people. Well, where are they getting their marching orders from, Brandon? Maybe we should, where did they get these ideas from? Did they just come up with them off the top of their own heads? Where did they get the ideas from, Brandon? Where are they getting their marching orders from? Maybe you could just possibly tell us where they got it from, because I'm going to tell you again, he's not talking about what you think he is.
Legacy. I'll say this clearly, and this is for everybody involved. You cannot say you care about Charlie Kirk or love Charlie Kirk and you dissing his wife like this.
Okay, so he just said, you cannot say, you, me and you, just rank and file, run-of-the-mill YouTubers and content creators, people in the comment sections, you can't say that you love Charlie Kirk and hate his wife. You can't say it. Okay. Can somebody say it by any chance? Like, where did we get the idea from, Brandon? Where did we get this notion that Erika Kirk was involved in the deletion of her husband? Where did it come from? I don't know. I don't know. Like, where did it come from, sir? This is some crazy work. And shout out to, again, I want to address the false notion, I'm going to bring this back up in a moment, this false notion that we can separate sin from the person that actually conducts the sin. It just doesn't work. And Brandon I think he's embraced this idea. I believe the people in my comment section have embraced this idea that we can look at the sin and the sinner as separate. I don't know where you're getting that from. If you rob a bank, you are a bank robber. If you are lying, you are a liar. Now, of course, because of Christ, we don't relish in that. We don't live in that, but I do recognize it, man. I be lying sometimes. Yeah, I did pull out my Mac and I did rob that bank last Tuesday. I did do that. I did run from the cops. I did. But I recognize that I am doing the sin. Brandon is trying to treat it as if the sin doesn't happen, like the sin can happen by itself. Y'all, again, shout out to the people that want me to watch this video with y'all. I appreciate y'all, because I think it is like this, and me not have the video on my link.
You care about Charlie Kirk or love Charlie Kirk and you dissing his wife like this. You can't say it. Because if I died, people could do the same thing about my wife, and you can't say you love me if you treat my wife this way.
Do you see what I'm saying? He is not addressing the person who is doing this. He's talking to just the nebulous space. This is what happens when you apologize to the internet, when you apologize to the mob. This is what you get. You start getting reactions to the mob. You get reactions to the internet. It's crazy work. Let me finish up.
My wife loves me. That's why I married her. I'm not stupid. God speaks to me. God sent her to me. That's why I married her. And if something happens to me, my wife will take over all of this. Everybody that worked for me will be subject to my wife's control. Nobody outside of my bloodline will run my company, period.
Again, I don't disagree with these statements that you're making, Brandon. The problem is, who is challenging anybody, any widow taking the leadership of their deceased husband's business or activity? Who's doing that? Or what are you talking about? Just because your wife would do it, like, is there another example out there in the world that maybe we can look at, Brandon? See, I'm gonna start calling him Brandon Tantrum.
I don't care. My wife had zero experience. Nobody's running my bloodline in success or being a successor in my company that's not in my bloodline. You got to be completely stupid to think that I'm going to give somebody the position to run and be president over all that I own and built, somebody other than my wife. You got to be stupid. Nobody know my company like my wife do, because I'm telling her and talking to her, complaining every night to my wife. She see the wins, she see the losses, she see the fear, she see my vision every night. Dan Bongino, if I could cuss, I can if I want to. I just choose not to. But Dan Bongino said it perfectly.
I'm going to let this Dan Bongino segment play out. You probably have seen it. Dan Bongino is not my standard, though. As much as I think Dan Bongino is right on the right on the money, right on the button, that's not the standard that I hold myself to. I hold myself to the perfect standard of Christ, and therein I see my lack. Therein I see that I'm falling short. Woo, I fall short all the time. Oh my gosh. Oh, I fall short. So Dan Bongino's not my standard. But let's let, because he's Brandon's standard. So we got to do that. Let's go.
If y'all want to hear me cuss, this is what it'll sound like. Roll the clip.
Erika didn't choose this, man. She didn't choose this. Imagine sitting there in your house and you find out from Twitter or, I don't know, a text or a phone call, or that your husband was just shot in the neck for the entire world to see on social media at a public event. I can't imagine that. I know you can't either. Then you got to go through this. Then you got a bunch of absolute lunatics sending her emails. You did it. Comments, tweets. You go yourself. You demonic. For as much as I hate what just happened, I wish ill on no one, and everyone should restrain their emotions from the other side because they are not on our side. Everyone. Once you go down the road of violence, there's no turning back. There's always someone stronger than you, man. Always. There's a whole lot of people stronger than me. But I'm sorry if the language distracts from you, but I can think of no other New York way to say it than you. You deserve to feel the little licks of the flames of on every inch of your body. You. If there's an afterlife, oh, and I believe there is. I believe in the second creation. I don't pretend to be the judge and jury, but I know you're not in it.
I've never heard, and I got to stop for a hot second. And maybe I'm missing it. So if you're a Bible scholar, please go ahead and help me out. What is the second creation? I believe in a new creation, but I've never heard it called the second creation. And if I'm missing something, if that's what he's just saying, maybe it's a term and it's on par, just to let me know. But I've never heard it called the second creation before. Every time I'm like, what is he talking about? But okay, Dan, fine. I agree that you could be passionate. I agree that you have the power to call them out, and you use the strong word, spicy language. That's okay. Okay, fine. I got no problem with that. It's your deal.
I got to tell you, I've been doing this for a really long time now. And as I said in the beginning of the show, I walked into the dark forest. I didn't know where it was going to go. I did not have this all mapped out because I don't know what to say. People have tried being nice. People have tried screaming and yelling. People have tried a middle of the road approach. Nothing works. Ignore it, it metastasizes. Address it, it metastasizes. I wish I had the answer. I can only make decisions for me. I can't make decisions for you as to what you want to watch or what you don't. This isn't about views or who's popular or who's this. I don't care. I'm just telling you I'm making a decision for me now. I don't want to be any part of that. If you're part of that, please leave. If it is half my audience disappears tomorrow, good riddance. Sayonara, mother. I don't want you. Nobody else wants you here. The people who watch this show don't want you here. Sane people, and that is a majority of us, hate your guts. We don't want you. Nobody wants you. You were the spawn of Satan. I promise your parents, alive or dead, are looking at you now in horror that they spawned a demon.
God.
Your last name will live in infamy. Your kids will deny knowing you. I don't want anything to do with you. I see you out there. I know exactly what you're doing. You can just go. It's not an airport. You don't have to announce your departure. Just go. I'm the anti-clicks of you guys. I don't want you. Your views, your clicks, nothing. Don't buy anything. Don't do anything. Don't touch anything we do. Just go away. I know you can't because you have to spread your cancer everywhere. But we've got warriors in this audience too who don't want to listen to your either. Are we clear with each other? You can just get the out.
Now, I would love to have them cuss words just flying, but I know kids watching this. I'm not gonna lie, man. I feel very similar to Dan Bongino.
Okay, so now, what is Brandon Tatum feeling about? What is his ire being ired about? What is it? And to whom will it be ired toward? To whom will this anger be directed toward? I just can't wait to hear.
And let me just add this. It's easy for people that don't know people to make a comment. You know, when you know somebody personally, it's not so much of the personal attacks that's more effective than just stating the facts, stating reality. I don't know Erika that well.
Want you to hear what he just said right there. This is a very interesting. Brandon Tatum, I'm sorry, I don't know another way around it. I don't want to be mean. Brandon Tatum has lied himself into confusion. He now is saying that he does not know Erika Kirk very well. But in times past, he's talked to her. And in a moment, he's going to say that his own wife texts with Erika. I'm trying to figure out if this had happened and you knew of Charlie Kirk and you had a working relationship with Charlie, an understanding relationship with his wife, your wife texts him, and you want me to believe that you did not communicate with her at all? That you could not say, hey, yo, hold on, wait, hold on. So either A, this is true, or he's lying. Listen to what he says, because in a moment he's going to talk about how he doesn't really talk to her.
You know somebody personally, it's not so much of the personal attacks that's more effective than just stating the facts, stating reality. I don't know Erika that well. I happen to know Candace Owens very well, but I don't give a who. I have been around long enough, and I was with Turning Point when they first started, and I've been around Charlie Kirk, and I talked to Charlie Kirk. I knew Charlie Kirk, and I was at their wedding, and I know that he loved Erika. That Charlie Kirk could have married anybody. I'm not gonna say anybody meaning he could have married someone else if he wanted to. He chose Erika Kirk. She has been nothing but sweet, kind, and godly since the day I met Erika. She has been a saint. Every conversation that I've ever had with Erika, every text that she's texted my wife, she has been nothing but a Christian, loving, godly woman without fault.
So I'm really lost, Brandon. Do you have communication with her? Do you not? Because this now casts a shadow on how Brandon said that he dealt with Candace. Because remember, he said that he saw the evidence that Candace had, that there had been an assassination plot put out on her. And then later on, he says, well, I asked her for the information. She hasn't shown me yet. Brandon, I'm sorry, he wordsmiths. I love that. Yes. But he wordsmiths himself into a trick bag. Because now, Brandon, you sound like you're lying. I'm just saying. And by the way, he still hasn't told you what he's upset about.
I do not understand how anybody could go down the path of trashing Erika Kirk. She didn't do anything to deserve the.
Is it an anybody situation? Is it an anybody situation? I can't believe that anybody would do XYZ. Is there a leader? Is there a ringleader? Is there one that we can point our finger to and say, that's the person? Is there one, Brandon? Maybe? Like literally, you make it sound like everybody came up with this idea on their own. Was there a genesis? Was there a fountainhead of where this idea came from of attacking Erika Kirk? I'm just wondering, where did it come from?
Treatment that she's getting. None of y'all did this when Charlie was alive. Why? If you so inclined and you so in the know, why did you say nothing when Charlie was alive? If Turning Point USA was such a diabolical organization against Charlie, then why did nobody say nothing when Charlie was alive? If Charlie Kirk was somehow turning on Israel, turned.
Here it comes. This is what notice what he brings up. He brings up the sliver of land the size of New Jersey in the Middle East. That's what he's upset about. Watch what he says.
Why did he express that while he was alive? A couple complaints here and there is not turning. It is a spirit. And those of us who have the Spirit of God in us, or common sense, can see it is a spirit to go after a woman of God that has no evidence whatsoever. If somebody would do me like people are doing, or do my wife like people are doing Charlie's wife, my wife will sue the out of you. she would sue you. And if the roles were reversed and something happened to my wife and y'all were coming at me like that, I would not only sue you, I probably would threaten your life. I'm being honest.
So in the hyperbolic, in this made up scenario, he would sue you, he would threaten your life, his wife would sue you. But sir, that's not the case. What about right now? What about what's going on right now with Erika Kirk, Turning Point USA? Why is it that you can't seem to point your finger in the right direction? Because we are not doing it. There's one person that you can point your finger at and everybody will know who you're talking about. Just like if I said the failed art student of Germany, everybody knows what I'm talking about. When I say Jeffrey Dahmer, everybody knows what I'm talking about. What's that? David Koresh, everybody knows Branch Davidians. Jim Jones, there we go, right? Every time you mention one of these people, they represent everything about them. Mao, there we go. Lenin, Stalin, fill in the blanks, fill in the blanks. We all know who you're talking about. And all of the evil minions that follow their orders, we know what you're talking about. Why are you dealing with the minions? Why don't you just call out the person? Somebody said, if you're just jumping in, somebody said that I was not being fair about Brandon Tatum, that he did call out Candace. And I said that not only did he not call out Candace, you're confused on who he is calling out.
You're not gonna do my wife like that. And if I happen to die and I could come back to life, I will come back and I will haunt you. It is shameful to treat Charlie Kirk like this. But say you are a friend of Charlie.
Who is doing that? Who is doing it, Brandon? Who is saying that they're the friend of Charlie Kirk? They love Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was the best thing cooking. We were great. We were friends, blah, blah, blah. But I hate Erika. Who is saying that, Brandon? Would it not be good, sir, for you to actually bring up that person? Who would be the fountainhead of this craziness that we're talking about?
Now, if you don't know him, I don't care what you do. You can say whatever you want about Charlie. But if you are going to say you are a friend of Charlie, or you know Charlie, or you support Charlie, there's no way you could go down a path of destroying his wife. Destroying her legacy, destroying Charlie's legacy. Let me say something real quick.
Let me just ask you before Tantrum goes any further. Do you feel at this moment that Brandon Tantrum has called out Candace? In the chat, yay or nay, yes or no? Do you feel that he has called out Candace significantly? I just want to know. I'm going to put my answer in here. Come on, y'all. Somebody got to believe that he's called her out. Somebody, come on. Because I got the text. Somebody sent me a message saying that I was wrong. Dan called her out. I agree. Now, Dan did. Dan called her name. Absolutely. Okay, let's see. Okay. Mm-hmm. Let's keep it going. Let's get done. Thank y'all so much. Keep it up. Let's go.
Because where do you think Charlie's heart was at? It was with Jesus Christ, Erika Kirk, and Turning Point. He dies. His heart is with Erika and Turning Point. If your mission is to destroy Erika and Turning Point, there's no way.
Like, who is doing what you're saying? Is there a person that we can all point to? Failed art student of Germany, David Koresh. Can we point to him and say, that's the person? Bin Laden. Can we point to him and say, oh, we know what you're talking about. We know who it is. We know they encapsulate all of the problems that you're referring to. Is there a person? Is there a person, Brandon?
It's crazy to me. For the life of me, I will never understand this. Charlie Kirk didn't have to be my best friend, and he wasn't my best friend. I didn't know him that well that he was my best friend, but Charlie was a good friend to me. And I don't know everything Charlie did or didn't do. He was not Jesus Christ, so I'm sure he had flaws and he wasn't perfect and he made mistakes. But I genuinely believe that Charlie Kirk was a good dude. I genuinely believe that Charlie Kirk genuinely loved the Lord. And y'all could go and dig up dirt on Charlie Kirk and find something that he did or said that if some.
I don't know where this was going. I was very confused. I listened to this several times. I don't know why he's bringing this up as if, and maybe somebody is saying that Charlie Kirk was spotless and blemished without error. I don't know. I don't know who is saying what he's saying. Like, who is saying this? And why are you bringing this up? Like, I think most people, logical people, would probably say, yeah, I know Charlie Kirk was not perfect. And we're going to watch some of his debates today at 5 o'clock with Sarcastic Liberty. I don't know why. I don't know where this is coming from, where it's going, and what your intent was, sir.
When y'all knew a text or something, you probably would criticize. But at the end of the day, he was a genuine guy pursuing God. And I believe his wife was doing the same thing. That's why he married her. And his kids and all of that are all at play here. How do you love Charlie but don't love his kids?
Who? You know, Brandon, you got me convicted. I feel like I love Charlie Kirk and his wife and kids because that's the right thing to do. Am I guilty of this, Brandon? Am I guilty of what you're saying? Is Kelly? Is she what about Amethyst or S-Files? Are we all guilty, Brandon? I don't know, because I'm being told that I would love to know, like, who it is that you're referring to, sir. Like, could you please tell me who it is? I'd be like, oh, that person. Oh, no, I'm not that person.
You want his kids to be without a mama? You want his mama? You want their mama to get killed or injured or hurt because y'all coming up with theories because you bored and ain't got nothing to do with your life?
Who is doing that? This is and now he's about to enter into the full crash out that we saw everybody has seen lately. And I'm just asking the question because the person sent me a super chat, a super thanks, saying that, sir, please rewatch the video. I'm gonna bring this up again and again, shout out to them. Thank you for the super. But it says, sir, please watch it again. You're wrong. Officer Tantrum was saying that Candace Owens is evil, and he agrees completely with Dan Bongino. He was saying all those people who are unfollowing because he's not supporting Candace, they can leave. Okay. All right. So I'm just asking, and the person said, I need to watch the whole thing. So we're watching the entire video now. And I don't think
to destroy somebody else's life is crazy to me, bruh. That anybody would even spread this stupidity.
Who's doing that?
If Erika Kirk somehow was a bad person, you won't find me saying nothing unless I had evidence, mother-freaking evidence.
So he's about to crash out. I'm gonna let him go ahead, full on crash out, so y'all can see it because he just wants to get it. He just want to get it out. Get it out, Brandon. Come on, Tantrum. Have a tantrum on the cereal aisle. We'll allow you to do that.
Evidence unequivocal. I got the evidence in my hand. I'm reporting it to the police officers.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Wait, I just said I wasn't going to stop and I lied. Please forgive me, y'all. Please, I'll put myself in 0-second timeout. Do you all remember when he sat there and defended Candace about the quote unquote French assassination plot? And he said the same thing about the evidence. He never saw it, but he said that she was telling the truth. Never talked to her, but he said she was telling the truth. And now he's saying the same thing about Erika. Like, I didn't see the mother even evidence, my face in my hand. Which one is it, Brandon? Which one is it? Come on, my guy. Which one is it? And I said, like, the worst thing y'all should have done is told me to watch this video again. I watched it one time. I got the crash out. I kept on moving. But y'all kept telling me, no, you didn't watch it, Jason. You didn't watch it again. I'm going to put myself in 0-second timeout. I'm done. I'm out of there. No, you shouldn't have did this. You should not have put this guy in front of me again because he's a whole bona fide stir-fried fool. I'm sorry. I'm going to call him up exactly as I see it. Brandon Tatum is disingenuous. He is trying his best to split this hair as many ways as possible to make Candace not be who Candace is. And Candace, you will never see Candace call his name out and defend him and prop him up like she did Megyn Kelly or the Pierre lady that was on the Senate hearing, or anybody else, Tucker, or anybody else that stands up for her. She won't call them out. She'll call them out and defend them. She will not defend Brandon Tatum but he will crash out on a regular basis, on a daily basis for her. That's some crazy work. Okay, let's go. What's he doing?
Reported it to the government. I'm making a documented report. I'm an eyewitness. Or I'm some form of a witness with evidence that she got. And if I ain't got that, I'm going to shut the up.
Ooh.
Because the repercussions for being wrong
Tell us about
is potentially somebody dying.
Say your words. Boy.
Somebody's
Say
legacy being tarnished forever.
Say them big
How
words.
do you not get that?
How you do that?
And I'll say it's like Dan Bongino said it. If you follow me, get the off my page.
Get off my page.
I don't need you to be on my page. I don't care. I want y'all to understand something real clear. I love the Lord. I don't care about you that much. Those who support me.
Brandon, what are you doing? Brandon, please stop it, tantrum. Please stop it, tantrum. Stop it. All you have to do, the problem is, the reason Brandon Tatum is catching all this flack is because the ship has sailed. The cow is out of the barn. He should have said this on the early beginnings. Erika Kirk is wrong. I mean, Candace Owens is wrong. He should have called her out clear as day. No, I do not represent this. We friends, but what she's saying about this matter and been clear, he would have separated himself from it and he would not have to do it again. You don't see people asking, fill in the blank. I'm trying to think of somebody who has called her out, but they don't call her out anymore. You don't see people having to do it again. You know why? Because they made it clear where they stand. And they said, this is my platform. This is what I do. I don't rock with Candace. She can go kick rocks. Now I'm going to go and do my thing. But see, you keep dilly-dallying around, dancing around, and people keep playing the music. And now you look like a whole stir-fried fool, Brandon. Why'd y'all tell me to watch this again? Why did y'all do this? I was fine with leaving my little video up. Y'all the ones that called me out and said, you need to watch it again. You're wrong.
I love you. Thank you. If you don't like me, dude, I don't lose no sleep over you.
That's
you don't
fine.
feed my kids. I don't even know you.
Okay.
Y'all.
And the comment section is savage. To say that you don't care about people who watch your content, bruh, I said it and I mean it for sure. This might be the descent. Now, I'm not going to say he's going to lose all his platform. I mean, he has millions of subscribers. Shout out, he's worked hard on this here platform to make a name for himself. And I'm not mad about that at all. Shout out, man. Work hard. Do your deal. The problem is, sir, you're treating it as if you're doing it for yourself. There are 215 people watching this stream right now. That's 215 people that do not have to be here. They could go somewhere else. I am extremely humbled that anybody would watch me rant and rave in my studio outside of my kitchen. It's humbling. And I can't imagine if I had 1 million or 2 million or however many, I think he has 6 million subscribers, that I would treat them like I don't care about them. No, I do care. I do absolutely care because they don't have to be here. They don't have to tap on the video. And for you to act like that doesn't work, so like, oh, I don't care. Y'all go kick rocks. I don't know, sir. That's a very interesting Freudian slip about your personality, that you don't appreciate the fact that it is by God's grace that God is giving you this platform to be able to talk to these people and for folk to come and listen to you, whether you talk about crazy stuff or you talk about auto detailing, or you just talk about your own little thoughts, or you talk about Star Trek, Starfleet Academy, whatever. The fact that people let you come over here and they want to tap in and watch what you're talking about, sir, you may very well, this is just me talking to you. This is Unc talking to you, nephew. You may want to take that down a little bit and be a little bit more humble. I'm just saying. To tell people you don't care and and you're going to say worse stuff in a second. I don't know, my guy. That might be a lap too far.
You're saying I unfollowed you. Man, I don't care. 3 million some people. I don't care how many unfollow me. I'm not going to be doing this forever. I have an assignment. I'm doing the assignment that God called me to do. At some point, I ain't going to be doing this. At some point, B. Tatum ain't going to be making videos. I'm going to be doing something else in my life. So your unfollow don't mean sugar, honey, iced tea. You ain't even really doing nothing for me in the first place.
Wow. Okay. Now, I think this is interesting. I don't believe Brandon Tatum has made it clear who he's talking to. Dan Bongino was talking, I think it was very clear Dan was talking about Candace supporters. These are people who said that they're disillusioned with Brandon Tatum, that they themselves found that his dancing around a topic has been unencouraging, and therefore they're going to stop. That's not the same. So that's what I'm saying. He's not calling out Candace people. He's calling out his own former supporters.
I don't want you to be a part of nothing I do. I don't even care.
Wow.
If you want to keep buying my merch, that's fine. I don't care. You keep buying it.
Wow.
You don't want to be a part of what Brandon Tatum. I don't care, man. Do y'all think I care? I'm finna leave here and go do jiu-jitsu and hang out with my family. And my son gonna run up to me and say, Daddy, I love you, I miss you. I ain't worried about y'all fools. Y'all miserable, sitting in your mama house, sitting in the basement, cat ladies. Y'all miserable, stupid, ignorant folk.
That's not the basement.
And I don't care if you unfollow me. Next year,
in the
in the next 365 days, there's gonna be more people that follow me anyway.
Wow.
You are a fart in the wind. You are a doo-doo in the toilet bowl. Nobody care, bro. You think Dan Bongino care about you unfollow him? No, he don't. That dude is rich.
It's funny that he keeps trying to anchor his argument to Dan Bongino. Oh, by the way, I'm actually in my studio outside my kitchen, but I'm not in the basement. But it's funny he keeps trying to anchor his argument to Dan Bongino. And I don't know if Dan Bongino is I would love to know, does Dan rock with what his approach here? I don't know. Let's go.
He counting his money in his beautiful house with his family. He worry about your sorry self. Anyway, I just had to get this off my chest. I'm sick of it, man. Now, I try not to go too hard because I don't know none of y'all like that. To be honest, I don't know Erika like that.
Now you don't know Erika. A minute ago, his wife was texting her, but he doesn't know Erika now. That's what I'm saying. Like, he literally contradicts himself in the same couple breaths. Like, like, how does that work? Like, if you had access, and I actually called a couple of my friends, and I was like, and I asked, I said, hey, man, do you have my wife's number? They said, yeah, I got your wife's phone number. I said, I got your wife's phone number. Okay, so if something happened to me, would you be calling my wife? Would you be reaching out to my wife and kids and such like that? I haven't found anybody that said, no, I wouldn't. I'd just be over here on the interweb ranting and raving about people who are talking about you, Jason. But I myself would not be calling and checking on your wife and kids. So it just seems really weird the way he approaches this. And I'm gonna back up just a little smidgen so you can hear him again, because this is who Brandon is.
In his beautiful house with his family. He worry about your sorry self. Anyway, I just had to get this off my chest. I'm sick of it, man. Now, I try not to go too hard because I don't know none of y'all like that. To be honest, I don't know Erika like that. I just know what my experiences have been with Erika. I don't know Charlie like that. I just know my experiences with Charlie. And some of y'all, you think you know Candace. I have had a long history knowing Candace, and the things that I've seen Candace do more recently, I don't recognize.
What are those things? See, this is what I'm saying. He's not calling her out. He maybe I think it's the way that she dresses. She wears dresses and tops and clothing that is extremely expensive, and then she wants people to support her. That's what I think he's talking about. What do you think he's talking about? I don't know. He hasn't told us.
I don't recognize it. Candace has been nothing but kind. I gotta like give y'all a perspective, because y'all want me to go out and some of these people don't know Candace and don't have no history with Candace. I've been knowing Candace for a very long time.
That's irrelevant. My history, I do have a friend. You know what? I got one right here. I got one. I have a friend who went to college with me. He married a Spelmanite. And so, you know that Morehouse Spelman marriage thing, right? And they've been married for quite a while. And lo and behold, they ended up getting divorced because the gentleman, the guy, was out wilding out, right? And I was very sad because I know the families. I know them, right? And I remember us being on a phone call. Me and a couple other brothers were on the phone call with him. Let's just call his name Mike. We were on the phone with Mike, and we were talking about the fact, like, what's going on? What's happening with you and Sarah? What's going on with you and Sarah? And he was like, man, I'm out here in the streets. I'm for the streets. And two of the other brothers were really, they didn't come down on him. They didn't come down on him. They didn't say, yo, brother, you are out of pocket. You are out of line. Get your sorry butt back over here to the house and take care of your wife and kids. No. And they gave him a lot of duck and cover. I told him that he was in sin. I told him that he was wrong and that I got nothing for him. He blocked me and we haven't talked since, and it's been better than 3 years. But he knows exactly where I stand. But he also knows this. He also knows this. You can call me and we're going to pick up where we left off. Are you back home with your kids and your wife? If not, then we're not there. That's not, we're not it. So because we're friends, but he had never been harsh to me. We've always had a very good, amicable relationship. In college, I would never have said that he was against me. He was mean to me or anything of that nature. So the relationship that I have with him is extra to the fact that he is in gross sin, leaving his wife and children to be out here in these streets. So the relationship is irrelevant. So for Brandon to keep bringing this up as if say, oh, well, Candace has been nice to me, as if that means that she cannot be wrong in this scenario. Mike has been always good to me, man. Mike gave me a ride when I was at the bus stop, man. That don't mean that he's not in sin now. But see, Brandon doesn't know this. Tatum doesn't know this, because I believe in all sincerity, I know a lot of people are going to get upset with this. Brandon Tatum is ignorant in 4K. That's just it. My name is Jason, jwitt at jwitt.com. I mean, he's just ignorant. There's no other way around it. And he gets loud and proud about his ignorance. So now let us finish up. Let's finish up.
Candace has always been sweet to me.
Who cares?
Candace has always been nice to me. You don't see her talking about me on her social media. She don't bash me. So
we don't hear her talk about you at all, my dude. That's the part that you should be upset about. She don't ever say your name. She don't ever talk about you. That should be a problem. You are over here crashing out for a woman that doesn't even give you the time of day to say, shout out to Brandon Tantrum. He would hold me down. You let Candace tell the story. Y'all don't even know each other. I'm sorry. You're going to search high and you're going to search low to find Candace giving critique and saying how great and wonderful you are. He's just like a brother to me. My George texts his wife and I text him. You're not going to hear that. But you crash out in 4K for her, my dude. Why? Okay. Then that's what you do. I hope that works out for you. I wish you
have no reference point to go off of than things that she say that I disagree with. And I think that some of the things that have been said about Erika is just wrong.
What things have been said about Erika that are just wrong? What things are they? The shiny pants, the dabbing of the eye? What is it that has been said that's just wrong? What is it, sir? Be honest. Come on. Help us. Treat us like we don't know what the story is.
Now, I plan on calling Candace and asking her, what information do you have that I don't have? Because it sounds.
I'm going to back this up. Listen to what he said. Brandon is crashing out. He does not even know what the woman knows. Watch this.
Wrong. Now, I plan on calling Candace and asking her, what information do you have that I don't have? Because it sounds crazy what's being said. And if there's no information that can be provided, then I'm not going to change my mind. I don't agree.
But he's already said that saying these things is evil, demonic. That's what he said. But he said, oh, if you don't have proof, then I just can't rock with you. I can't agree. Okay. I'm telling y'all, he's not calling her out. He is wordsmithing you, and he has got you believing what you are interjecting what he is not saying.
But like, it's very hard for me to go F you to Candace and all this other stuff, because I have known Candace to be just as sweet and kind as these other people.
I can tell you that Mike, my brother from Morehouse, was not a bad dude to me. He treated me nice, all that kind of stuff like that. Does that mean that he's not in sin now? That's my question. This is why I say that hate the sin, love the sinner, that you're trying to separate the people from the sin that they practice. And that's a fool's errand. There's no way around it. Shout out to Eric up in the building. There he goes, man. That's my good friend. Shout out to Eric. By the way, if my moderators could please drop Eric's link in the chat. He is a fantastic Bible commentator. Well past me. But I love when he shows up. So y'all, shout out to Eric in the chat. All right, let's go.
I would have added Candace in the circle of this person has always been kind to me. This person has always been kind to me. This person has always been kind to me. I personally don't have no beef with these people. These people got beef with one another. I don't have no beef with these people. Charlie Kirk ain't never been against me. Candace Owens ain't never been against me. Erika Kirk has never been against me. I'm watching people go against other people.
So is it just a matter of hoodies versus t-shirts? Is it just versus bald heads versus Caesar cuts? Is that what it is? Is that what the issue is? What is the issue, Brandon? What are people going at each other about? What are they going at each other about? Huh? I think maybe it would be good to know, Brandon. Maybe tantrum, while you're in the midst of a tantrum, maybe you can tell us what it is that they actually have done.
And I almost want, y'all gonna make me tell all the beans.
Who cares?
And everybody in that scenario except Erika, because Erika's been nothing but kind to me. I've never known Erika I've never had an issue with Erika whatsoever. But I mean, me and Charlie didn't always agree on everything.
Who cares? That's not.
Me and Charlie didn't always get along on everything. There's certain things that I think that Charlie did that I didn't like. But at the end of the day, none of them are against me. And so it's hard for me to try to say, I'm now going to take a position against you because you mad at this person. And those of you who are loyal understand that. That's why I don't spend my time bashing Candace every single day. It's because she ain't never done nothing to me. Now, if Candace will come out and talk about my wife or something, then hey, then I got to say something.
So, y'all, I'm sorry. I'm trying my very best to treat Brandon with, because I do think that he's just ignorant. I think he's just ignorant. So Candace, if she says something about your wife, you would say something to her. But Candace is saying some egregious things about Charlie Kirk, who you said was your friend, his wife, and you're just like, well, I just don't agree with what she's saying.
But you know, let me just say this, and I'm gonna get off here. One of the other reasons why it's not very convenient for me to go and blast other people, because I don't know if these people that had my back, to be quite honest.
This is a very odd take. And again, shout out to the people that told me that I need to watch this again, because it's good for you to, if I watch it one time. If I watch it 3 times, I'm gonna cause chaos. I'm just gonna tell you that. I'm gonna cause chaos. I don't understand this argument. Listen to what he's saying. I don't call out people because they may have had my back. I don't get, maybe I'm missing it. Let's go.
I don't know if these people that had my back, to be quite honest. How many people would have my back in the same situation? I don't know. Ain't none of them been tested. To be quite honest, none of them been battled.
When I had never had a friend call me and say, hey, I'm leaving my wife and my 3 kids because I'm about to be out here in these streets. I've been out in these streets, matter of fact. He's been out in these streets. I've never had a friend call me and say that before. So therefore, I didn't have a reference point when Mike called me and said he's leaving Sarah because he wants to be out here in these streets. I didn't need a reference point because I knew scripturally Mike is in error. He's in sin. And I said that, he blocked me. So you don't need a huge reference point. If your friends, if you know that you're wrong, I'm sorry, if you have friends around you who know that they can call you out and they should call you out, that's the best thing. The problem is Candace doesn't have friends that really care about her and care about her eternal soul. They'll let her sit there and just tiptoe through tulips on her way straight to hell, and they won't say anything. And Brandon Tatum, you're one of those friends. My name is Jason, JWitt at jwitt.com.
Tested. So that's why it's very difficult to jump on a bandwagon, because you'll go, man, F you for saying this about this person. And then these 2 people friends in the background. These 2 people go make up. They go meet on the tarmac. All right, I said enough. But I will say this in closing, is that just because I don't like something somebody's saying don't mean I don't love them. I just don't like what they're saying. And I'll finish it with this because it's the honest to God truth. I love Candace because she's my sister.
Hold on. Okay. And here it is. Here it is, y'all. We have assumed that he's been calling out Candace because of something she said about TPUSA, Erika Kirk, and the such like that. He is now about to tell you. He's about the big reveal. He's going to tell you what he's been fussing about. And I told you already, it is not what you thought. So you all have been imposing on him what you think he should have been upset about. And he kind of made it seem like that by dancing around the tulips. But guess what? This is not the tulips. This is a dunghill. Watch this.
I don't like what she's saying.
You know what she's saying?
I've always loved Candace. Candace has always been nice to me. She's always been kind to me.
Yeah.
But I don't like what she's saying.
Like,
I don't agree with what she's saying.
Okay.
I don't endorse none of that. And it's not because of none of y'all, because I don't really care about what you think.
No, don't care.
To be quite honest, at the end of the day, I only care about what affect my family.
Right, right.
And so I just don't like it as a family. I don't like it.
Yeah.
I don't agree.
No.
I think it's hurtful to Erika Kirk. I think it's hurtful to Charlie's legacy.
Oh, really?
For Candace to say those things.
Like what?
But I still love her. You can hate her if you want to. I still love her and I pray for her. Because I want to see Candace come out of the situation that she in my opinion. And she say the same thing about me on the podcast the other day. She said she praying that I come to her side, which is fine. I ain't never going to be on the side of hating Israel.
That's it. All of this is about hating Israel. He can call out the sin of hating Israel, but not any other sin. So all these people that have been at my throat saying that he was calling her out, he wasn't. He was talking about the fact that he doesn't like her position on Israel. Tell me what else he said. What else has Candace said? What else did Brandon Tantrum say in this video that tells you that I don't know what podcast he was talking about either, by the way. I don't know what that was. Because she doesn't go on many other podcasts. It must have been on hers. I don't know. But what did he say that Candace has said that he disagrees with, except this right here? So all of this that y'all thought he was saying, he wasn't saying it. Let's finish up.
And I ain't never gonna be on the side of talking about somebody's widow unless Jesus Christ have shown me proof.
What?
If not, I'm not saying nothing about nobody widow, especially when a man can't protect his wife. Charlie can't protect her. And men like me feel obligated because I said I had Charlie's back, that I'm gonna protect Erika, especially when people ain't saying the right thing about her. And the same thing will happen if something happened to Candace Owens or something happened to George and Candace Owens was being mistreated unjustifiably, right? If you criticizing about Israel, then it's justified, in my opinion, about criticism.
So again, the only sin is criticizing Israel. That is the sin. He is not saying anything else that she has said that he finds issue with. And you didn't protect her, right? You're not protecting Erika by not calling Candace out.
But if somehow they treating her wrong, I'm gonna stand up for her because her husband can't. All right, I didn't say it enough. That's how I feel. You don't like it.
Okay, that was the end of it. I think he tells you to go something. I cut it off because I felt like he was being a little bit inappropriate. Okay, there we go, y'all. So everybody told me that I need to go back and rewatch the video. Shout out to that person that sent me the super. I had a couple other comments like that. Y'all tell me, did I misunderstand what Brandon? That's the whole video. That's the whole thing. Did I miss it? Did I misunderstand what he was saying? I don't think so, but I'm willing to hear if y'all say that I was. Brandon Tantrum, I'm sorry, sir. You missing the mark. And again, he got a lot of other problems. Again, I'm telling y'all. Matter of fact, hey, Eric, hit me up with an email and we'll do a review of Brandon Tatum and his understanding of the Trinity. Can we do that? Eric, if you got time, it could be later on this month. I'm going out of town tomorrow. Out of town Wednesday. But if you got time, Eric, I would love for us to do that. And we can talk about it because Brandon Tatum denies that Jesus Christ is God. So all this hugabaloo that we're doing, look, I ain't got no time for it. All right. You love the animated Jason? That's what, hey, y'all should never have given me a stand-up desk. I'll tell you that much. I'm causing trouble up in here. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. All right. Shout out. Let me know if Eric, shoot me up an email, jwitt@jwitt.com. I got a new email. So no more Dear Woke C at Gmail. We moving on. There we go. Okay, there we go. Love it. Shout out to Eric. I appreciate you, brother. Okay, now let's do a station break. All right, we're moving on from there. We are now, grace and peace, everybody. We're back. You saw the thumbnail, you saw the title. It's about 5 o'clock. I told you that today we're gonna move in a different direction. We're gonna get rid of this candy. We're gonna floss that out of our mouths and stuff like that. Your dentist is gonna approve of this message. So what we're gonna be doing moving forward is we're gonna start looking at some Charlie Kirk debates, some Q&As that he's done. And I think it's going to be super edifying. I think it will be fun to watch and hear what he was talking about when he was engaging with young college students and young adults in different and various places. And especially if you're like me, you have a young college student who's at school, and by God's mercy and grace, she has not been converted, but I know she's besieged. So I want to make sure that she's getting, I'm able to answer the questions that she's being addressed or being approached with, and so on and so forth. So I thought it would be fun to start looking at some of Charlie Kirk's content. So that's what we'll be doing more often. And I'll still do it every now and then. I'll do a little candy update, you know, like your mom lets you get a little bit of a piece of candy after dinner. We'll do that. We'll do that every now and then as a treat, a little cheat meal, if you will. But we're gonna try to stay strict to our diet. We're gonna try to get the candy out of our lives. Now, y'all been watching me be animated over here, and y'all like, man, Jason is out of control. He over here yelling, he's throwing his hat around the place. Y'all get this brother to sit down. We need some adult supervision in the room, and I think that is a great thing. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna bring in my lovely guest, Shawana. How are you? Oh, bring it in. How are you, friend? How are you, Shawana?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Good. I'm sorry that you had to sit there and watch me.
You're looking for another adult in the room. Who's showing up for us? I don't.
Oh, we're in trouble? Uh-oh, we're in trouble. We're in trouble. All right, we have Sarcastic Liberty in the building. How's it going today?
It's good. It's good. I just caught the tail end of you reacting to Brandon's video. I'll have to go back and rewatch that because I actually thought it was really good. So
I did a reaction to the original Crash Out where Dan Bongino is, you know, telling people to go F themselves. And then Brandon jumped on and he said, I don't need you and this, that, and the other. And I did a reaction to that, and I put that video up today. And most of the people were amening and they agreed with me. And there were a couple people, and one person even sent me a super, which I think is very kind of them, that said, you're wrong. You need to go back and watch the whole thing because he's calling out Candace. I'm like, I didn't just make this up. I did watch the whole video. I was like, oh man. Now, when I watch a video for the third time, that's when trouble happens. So now this is what happens. Should have left me alone. Let me watch it one time and I'm good. So anyway, that's it. But I'd love for you to check it out. Give me your thoughts on it.
yeah, I will. All
right. So
Sarcastic
Liberty, give us a real quick. Tell us who you are, what you're about, all that kind of wonderful stuff. And if the moderators can drop her link in the chat, because you're primarily on X. So you're X.
I'm on X and Instagram.
Okay.
X and Instagram primarily. Yeah. So I'm a mom. We run a couple of businesses. I homeschool my kids. Started getting into kind of paying more attention to politics about 10, 12 years ago in California when we lived there, and we were fighting a lot of legislation. And then, I've just been very focused in on politics ever since then, and big Charlie Kirk fan. Yeah, so I'm excited to react to some of his videos today because I miss him.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're going to jump over here. I don't know what school is at. This is the best or top Charlie Kirk debates from 2024. And y'all let me know what y'all think. We'll probably do these more often, or actually we will be doing them more often. So y'all let me know. Shout out to Goose has been my pusher and making sure I have a lot of good content. So let's go and bring this in. All right, let's get at it. Let's go, my people. Let's go. Green hearts in the chat when y'all can hear. I'll keep the volume up. Let's go.
Excited to see both of you. I'm a little stressed because I feel like I could ask about, gun violence. I could ask about anti-Semitism on campus. But I feel like with an opportunity like this, I would really appreciate some personal advice. I'm here at the University of Pittsburgh as a social work major, and I'm really passionate about it. However, I have found that I'm leaning a little bit more Republican, and I feel like I come at a standstill with that. And I really just want to get your advice moving forward for myself. There's some obvious things I think you can think that would conflict. Obviously,
her phone, she's recording.
I guess that's kind of my question. What advice do you have for me as a Republican aspiring social worker?
What would conflict?
I don't know, like how to say it properly.
I think I can help. The social work industry is very much about a perspective generally of that people in poverty are there permanently, and not trying to break people out of poverty into the middle class or higher levels.
Right.
And that's why the Democrat Party and social work are very intertwined.
Right, exactly.
They view poverty not as a series of choices, but as a station in life that is immovable largely.
Right.
Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say. That's why my personal focus is on the children in underprivileged communities, because I personally feel like they don't choose to be put in that position. But I'm having a little bit of a difficult time empathizing with the older generation of underprivileged, and not in every community, but I don't know how to not sound bad. I know you are great at not sounding bad when you say stuff, but I don't want to say something that'll get me in trouble.
Well, here's one way to look at it. And Charlie, that was helpful, actually. The Great Society from Lyndon Johnson. It was a series of policies that were designed to help underprivileged communities.
Right.
They hurt the very people they were supposed to help.
How?
Well, the reality is it created dependence on government. So you have a lot of single mothers, for example, that are paid more money not to have a man in the house than to have a man in the house because of the way the math of these aid programs
What do you
work.
mean?
Well, often the way the math of the aid is calculated is if you have an earning husband in the household, that actually causes you to disqualify for forms of federal aid that were designed to help you.
Right.
But actually, the best way to get kids in your own household ahead is in a two-parent household, because if you're raised in a two-parent household, you're less likely to end up in jail, less likely to end up in poverty, more likely to graduate from high school. So one of the ways that, if you're asking for advice, I would say for the people around you, even who might lean left, you can recognize their intentions come from a good place.
Absolutely.
But the policies of their leaders have actually betrayed the very people they were supposed to help. And you can let them know, because I believe this is genuinely true. Not just the Republican Party, but our conservative movement. We care about lifting people up from poverty. We just care about actually doing it rather than talking about it. That's what I would say.
The other thing
Okay, I'm gonna Shawana, you want to jump on any of that? Because I had some thoughts about it, but I want to hear if you had anything.
Well, first of all, it's funny to see this clip with Vivek, because I had a conversation with somebody the other day, and I was like, one of the only people that did the college campus chores with Charlie that I felt like did close to as good of a job as Charlie is Vivek. He's very direct, and he's really clear, and has but he's respectful. He doesn't get upset with people. I agree with everything they're saying so far. I understand her predicament. I'm reading the chat and people saying they don't like the term underprivileged, which I think is fair. I don't know what a better phrase for that would be.
No, I think
I got my wheel spinning.
I guess I would just say people and their choices, because I think it's not a privilege. It's a choice that you've made. You made a choice. And in my opinion, if I say underprivileged or some of those buzzwords we've heard, let's just use underprivileged. That means that I don't have something in order to lift me up.
Right.
Versus I am the victim of my decision making. And then therefore I can say I'm a victim of my decision making, but the solution is actually in the definition. It's mine. I can make different decisions.
Well, I guess I was thinking about like children specifically.
Right. Yeah.
You know, so then it's kind of like, but yeah, for adults, I agree.
But I think little people, nobody would say that a little person who comes, I don't know your children, Shawana, but I wouldn't say that they are super privileged or anything of that nature. They've been blessed because you and your husband have made certain decisions. Right. So they're the benefactors of your good decision, which is ultimately the result, what I should be doing as a father, what you do as a mother. We make good decisions that bless our children and maybe even our children's children, right? But because we make good decisions, I agree with them about the underprivileged terminology. And that's why a lot of the time I push back on terms. And like tomorrow I'm gonna have Rick Caldwell from Biblical Apologetics on, and we're gonna be talking about, he loves talking about terms. Sometimes I hate talking to him on the phone because we spend 10, 15 minutes ironing out the terms we're gonna be using. So I do think that that's really it. Like, let's talk about the term and make sure we understand what it is. So I don't disagree with Vivek at all. It's just some of those terms I agree with the chat. Okay, let's go.
Say is that we as conservatives believe that if you're in poverty, it's largely because of values, not because of lack of stuff.
Like what values?
Not saving money, spending all of your money in your paycheck as you get it, for example. Abandoning your spouse after impregnating you. Not spending all of your money on alcohol and drugs and instead opening a 401k. So values are the number one predictor of entering the middle class. And there's a great book called Life at the Bottom. You should read it, by Theodore Dalrymple, who's a social worker in the United Kingdom. It's called Life at the Bottom, where he got into social work because he wanted to help people, and he realized it was not a lack of stuff. It wasn't lack of housing, lack of food stamps. It was that their value system was one that kept them poor. So yeah, really quick, then I want to get to the next question.
I'm just struggling because in all of my social work classes right now, they're talking about all of those things. And
they're wrong.
So what do I do? I'm trying to learn about what I want to do.
I think you need to stay in social work because you're called to do it. But there's an amazing amount of literature from Thomas Sowell to Shelby Steele to Theodore Dalrymple that get down to actual root causes of poverty, which is not lack of stuff, but is worldview. And I think that'd be super helpful.
Thank you so much.
God bless you.
Trump 2024.
Yes, that you want a hat? Thank you. Yes, great. Thank you.
So watching this is heartwarming to see how he's dealing with his people. And it's kind of, am I the only one that's kind of like, my hands are sweating because clearly these people are walking right up to him. There was a guy like literally like the table length away from him. Now I'm like, there's no way they should have him do that, but that's just how it was before.
Yep.
But okay, what do you think about his solution for her? Do you have any input or anything?
No, I think he's right. I think even generally speaking, just people in general, not necessarily somebody that you would consider underprivileged, whatever, just Americans as a whole, we have a lot more than pretty much anybody else in the world, and people do live above their means in all tax brackets. All they do. They overspend. They don't budget. They I agree with him.
No, I absolutely. I thought this was a great start. Shout out to Vivek right there. Let's keep it going. 2024.
According to the way that the asylum laws are written, the entire nation of Mexico applies under asylum. Do you think that you have a right to immigrate to America? Is diversity and inclusion really an American ideal?
I knew
Are you okay with deporting every illegal person that's here? Do you think that the American government should first have an obligation to citizens before foreigners? Nobody is asking these questions. We're just saying, if you want to come in, you can come in. Do you see anything wrong with, I don't know, taking in 5% of the population of Haiti? If someone comes into your dorm room uninvited and they do the dishes and laundry, they can stay?
If I'm not going to do my own dishes, heck yeah.
I actually had somebody come on the channel and tell me that. She lived in, we were talking about Don Lemon's attack on a church up in Minnesota. And a young lady came on, she's from Detroit. And I said, if I break into your house, come in through your garage door, don't break the door, but just come in through your garage. You have your garage open. I come in and I stay in your house, laying on your couch, eating your food, but I wash the dishes. Are you okay with that? And she said, no, she'd be perfectly fine with that. I said, you kidding?
So
You're
not
lying.
true.
I'm like, you're lying. The truth is not in you. I'm eating up your food. I'm a whole grown man. Matter of fact, and I bring my whole family with me. And you're okay with us taking up space in your house, you working to feed not only you and your kids. I think she had 2 children. And now she got me and my wife and our 2 kids. So now 6, 7 people are eating off your paycheck. You're okay with that? And she said she had no problem with it.
Those people lose all credibility when they're so intellectually dishonest. It drives me insane.
Yeah, it's like at least be like, okay, yeah, I wouldn't like that.
What if you came in wearing a MAGA hat? Would she be okay with it then?
Right. Well, hey, that'd be a great question. That'd be a great pushback.
She'd be scared for her life.
Right. These people are wild. All right, let's go. Let's see how this goes.
Hi. All right.
Hello.
Oh, hi.
There's a little bit of distance.
I'm going to start off by saying I'm a political science student. I'm a second year here at K-State. And I'm a first generation student.
Try to turn it up a
little bit.
Yeah, perfect. Great. Thank you. And what's your name again?
Alondra.
Nice.
Alvarez. Yeah. So I just had a question because you talk a lot about like protecting and securing our southern borders. But as the granddaughter of immigrants, I think that we get into a lot of complicated disputes with the idea that immigrants are criminals or drug dealers and things like that. So I just want to hear what your opinion is on those expectations or those those stereotypes that are put on Hispanic communities, Latino communities, and how they change the way people perceive immigration.
So I'm going to ask you a question, Shawana. Shauna, if I break into your home and I come in your house and I tear up your furniture, I leave your water running and flood your kitchen, something else, just a bunch of piddly crazy stuff that are crimes. What is my first crime?
Breaking into my house.
breaking into your home. So all those other things are ancillary to the fact that I broke into your
You
house.
shouldn't have been there to begin with.
That's it. But what if I break into your home and I wash the dishes and I clean, or I repair that squeaky door going into the basement, or hey, when you're not there, I even go out into the front yard and fix that patch of dead grass that's in the front yard that your HOA has been complaining about. What about that?
That's just as creepy as if you came in here to do something bad, because I would think you were psychotic.
But I'm like, why do people kind of miss over the fact that you broke into the house?
Well, it's the same thing with these violent crimes, and people say that, well, U.S. citizens commit a lot more crimes than illegals. It's like, well, first of all, there's more U.S. citizens than there are illegals here.
Facts.
Second of all, we have to deal with our own citizens. Somebody that's in here in this country illegally that commits a crime, that crime never should have happened. That was completely avoidable. It's not the same thing.
Definitely not. I love it. Thank you, friend. All right, let's keep it going. Let's see what Charlie got to say about this.
Sure. So, thank you for the question. So you said you're the first generation
Yes,
student
I am.
or first generation American?
I'm a first generation student.
Cool, great. Second generation American? Did I hear that right? Or-
Third generation
Cool.
American on my mom's side.
Great.
Second on my dad's.
When your grandparents, then, is that right, came
Yes.
to this country, did they do so through the legal process that was in front of them?
So my father got married to my mother, so he's a legal resident of the United States. She's been here her entire life.
But did she enter legally? She did. She's Okay.
She's born here. Yeah.
Got it.
So we're not even talking about apples and apples then. We're talking about marbles and bowling balls. Like, this is not the same thing. I just hate, because you spend all this time trying to include yourself and to become a victim and get into the
It
victim
doesn't even apply to
Olympics. Say again?
And it doesn't even apply.
And it doesn't even apply to you. And she's trying her best to make her parents as, they came through Ellis Island. He was naturalized. Come on.
My grandpa on my dad's side entered in illegally.
Okay. So I'm not here to insult your grandpa, right? But we must be very clear that the type of immigration that we support is when you follow our rules and you come on our terms, and that you do not break into a country uninvited and you try to cut.
Can I add something to that? The reason why he left, and a lot of people in Mexico do, is because of the political state, especially in the 70s and 80s. When they decided to move, they have a government that isn't supportive of their constituents, and because of drug problems, their only choice was to move.
Yeah, I totally sympathize. That's
okay. So because there's really bad stuff, Shauna, going on down the street over at Main Street where I live, I'm justified in breaking into your house.
And you take the risk of whatever ramifications happen doing that.
This makes no sense. Right. Again,
you're knowingly taking a risk. I understand people's arguments in those situations. That's not everybody's situation. But you are still, that doesn't mean you just get a free pass. You are assuming a risk of doing that. And if you get caught, you get caught. I mean,
right. It's just like if you break into a museum and try to live, here in Atlanta, there's a gentleman, there's a theater here called the Fox Theater. And at some time or another, I don't remember why, there actually were people that lived in the Fox Theater. And there's a guy that lives in the Fox Theater, and he's been there forever. And when he passes away, there will be nobody else that will be able to live in the Fox Theater. But he's literally been I'm not even being funny. I want to say it's been like 50 years. He's lived inside the theater. I don't know why. I don't remember all the ins and outs, but again, he's lived in the theater. I can't go in there now and say, well, because Jim Bob lives in the theater, I too want to live in the theater. No, they're letting him stay. He's a relic. He's a part of the culture. And once he passes away, nobody else will be there.
That's crazy. I do think that we need to do something about the time that it takes for people to become legal citizens and to get into the country legally, but that's a separate issue.
Right. And I'm all for, if we came up with first off, everybody who's illegal left, and we give you a line, say, hey, if you, I believe how Christy Noem said it the other day, if you leave, we'll pay for you to leave and give you a little bit of money, a little startup money when you get to your country, your home country. I can't think of somewhere else. If you don't rob the bank, we will let you leave and help you pay your mortgage payment.
Right.
Like, make that make sense, right? Well, I'm sorry, we'll pay for the Uber for you to get home, and then we'll actually make your mortgage payment for you. You can't beat that with a bat.
I don't know
So
why people act like we have these crazy immigration laws. You can't just do this in any other country.
I watched it. I'm sure you saw the woman that fled from California to go to Canada, and she and her quote unquote partner are having a hard time because she's not able to live in Canada because they don't allow her to do the things that they want.
And
they want people to be able to. She can't work.
Right.
You
Which
can't
is
even
so
work
funny because
remote.
it's like, why didn't you stay in California? It's basically the same thing.
Right. And there's another woman who did a TikTok about how she's preparing to leave to move to Spain. And she's going through all these steps. I'm like, man,
you can't just go there.
You just can't roll up in there and just be like, hey, I'm staying. Like, it makes no sense.
I think that's the same lady that was like, I know that we're going to have to assimilate and learn the language.
Yes.
All this stuff. I was like, oh my gosh. As you said, it's not, they're intellectually dishonest to the point that it's literally comical. Like, come on. Yeah.
All right, let's get back at this. All right.
Not true. It's never the only choice to commit a crime, and we should not put up with it. And so it is an insult to other immigrants from Vietnam and Laos and Pakistan that have to wait decades in line to morally equivalate people that come in and just break in. Oh, I have an unstable country. Like half of the world's countries are unstable.
Yeah, but that's why we have the asylum seekers program,
which is heavily abused. And we're talking two different things. Asylum seekers and walking into the country illegally are similar but different things, right? And so we have millions of gotaways of people that we have no idea who they are. They're not declaring asylum. They just run across the border.
Well, because they can't. The system doesn't allow other people from Mexico specifically to assign themselves
who they are the last couple of years. So look, we just have to be very clear with this, is that if you come into the country uninvited, you have committed a crime and you are a criminal. And we could decide that we're not going to enforce our laws, or we can say that when you are a criminal, you should then be punished for that crime, aka sent back to your country of origin because you were not invited. And it is an insult, again, to the Poles and to the Czechoslovakians and from the Senegalese and people all across the world that don't have the proximity or the luxury just to waltz into America.
You call it a luxury to leave a country that has political tyranny?
I'm going to stop for a second because she clearly did not hear. Do you think she didn't hear Shauna, or do you think she just didn't want to hear what he said?
Both.
Like, no, that's not what he's saying. He did not say that. I'm going to back up so y'all, just in case you didn't hear what he said and then how she's going to respond.
That we're not going to enforce our laws, or we can say that when you are a criminal, you should then be punished for that crime, aka sent back to your country of origin because you were not invited. And it is an insult, again, to the Poles and to the Czechoslovakians and from the Senegalese and people all across the world that don't have the proximity or the luxury just to waltz into America.
You call it a luxury to leave a country that has political tyranny and come into a country with opportunity?
Yes, to live in Mexico, to be able to go 100 miles north and break into America. Do you know how many people in Pakistan would kill to be on that border?
That's why we bring them in.
Well, we shouldn't, right? That's the point. And secondly, do you think that you have a right to immigrate to America?
I think that I didn't have a choice. My grandparents made that decision for me.
And I'm not trying to attack your grandparents, but no one has a right to go to anybody else's country. You are invited. It is a privilege, not a right, to come into America.
So it's a privilege to live a life that requires you to have clean water.
So let me ask a question, Shauna. Do you think that this argument should be niched down and give as scenarios rather than countries? And what I mean by that is, it's hard for me to conceptualize 300 million people live in the United States. But it's easier for me to say, oh, 3 people live at Whitaker Park. Okay, I got that. That makes sense. Maybe instead of, saying you don't, but as nice as a person as you are, Shauna, you don't have the right to come up into Whitaker Park, nor do I have the right to just roll up in your crib.
Right.
I'm wondering if we should maybe make it a little bit more tangible.
I just feel like with these types of arguments, like she's talking about, okay, so it's a privilege to live in a country that has like clean running water. Okay, well, how much of the population of the world, unfortunately, does not have plumbing, does not have a lot? There's a lot. We can't just take everybody from the slums of India in. We physically can't, even if we wanted to. So where do you cut that off?
Right.
Like it's like, yeah, that's great. I understand everybody should have access to clean water, but you can't just let every single person in to this country. You just cannot. So
And
I don't.
No, I'm right there with you. And maybe we could, again, I don't want to turn into a debate, and I think Charlie's handling it fantastically. I just wonder if we should break it down to something a little bit more tangible that people, because again, I don't think she, as a college student, and he sounds like he's going to bring it up later, talk about like somebody breaks into your dorm room. So I think he's recognizing that it's nebulous, this idea of a country having borders. So maybe we need to talk about your room having a door, if you will. But I think he's doing a great job of that and explaining it. But then also, well, why does the country that you're fleeing not have clean running water? Can we maybe talk about that part, about why that is? Because maybe there's something there that maybe you could have a little bit more understanding, like, hey, we've overcome this here in the United States. Your country, why are y'all not overcoming it there in the country that you've come from? But shout out for sure. Let's go.
In food, clean air.
Yes, of course it is.
And you have to fight for that.
Yes, it is not.
But we didn't.
Hold on a sec. Well,
born here, we didn't fight for that.
Well, my ancestors did fight for that, actually, and I'm a very thankful recipient of many generations of Americans that fought for the greatest nation ever to exist.
By doing what? Coming here?
Well,
illegally?
What? Wait, what did my ancestors do? They
came here illegally.
They came over here in 1620. Fought in the Revolutionary War, fought in the Civil War.
I already know where she's going. Oh gosh, you know where she's going.
They came here illegally, so
it's stolen land. She about to give you the stolen land. Like she's about to do it. I'm pretty certain she's going to say stolen land. If she doesn't say stolen land, I'll drop some free memberships. All right, let's see.
So because my grandpa didn't come here in 1620, it gives him no right to have a good life.
He can fill out paperwork and wait in line like the rest of the world. And then we can see whether or not it's in our best interest to allow him to come in. And so we have to weigh costs and benefits. I'm not saying we should have no immigrants, but immigration must be a net benefit for the American homeland and for the American citizen. We have brought in 10 million people in these last couple of years. We have now brought in 5% of the population of Haiti. Nobody is asking these questions. We're just saying, if you want to come in, you can come in. Do you see anything wrong with, I don't know, taking in 5% of the population of Haiti?
Not necessarily, no. If we have the land and the resources to house them, it shouldn't be that big deal to bring in immigrants.
Really? Do you think that the American government should first have an obligation to citizens before foreigners?
Okay, I think we have an obligation. Yeah. Here's the thing. Yeah, we're obligated because we're citizens to have the rights that we have, but that doesn't mean we can't open up our borders when we have the process to do so.
You, being a younger American, and everyone in the audience is the first.
She let me down, Shauna. She let me down. I just knew she was going to say stolen land.
She might.
She let me down.
I'm waiting for her to say, like, well, it's the government's money that's being spent.
Oh, that's going to happen. Now that I do believe. Let me go and give this other 5. Oh, she let me down. Shout out to the brand new members. I just dropped 10 memberships. She let me down. I just knew she was going to say we're on stolen land. I just knew it. All right, let's keep it dancing. Let's go.
Generation in American history to have it be worse off than your parents. So the social, and you agree with that, social contract, poorer, more expensive. Yeah. So wouldn't it be rational for the American government to say, we're going to prioritize younger generation Americans that are American passport holders and citizens before those in another nation?
I don't want to say anything that offends people, but
go ahead.
Said it, right? I've already said it. Whatever. I think that the way we're going about it is wrong. And that if we don't have a clear path to citizenship, we won't open up those opportunities for people to come and seek a good life. But I also think we are required to have those rights ourselves.
Seeking a good life is fine. It's a nice added benefit. Our government does not exist to improve the life of foreign citizens.
But we should be open to the idea of accepting that.
Of course we are, if we have our own house in order. We are in chaos right now. We have the most depressed, suicidal, anxious generation in history. Our birth rate is collapsing. Kids can't afford homes. Yeah. You guys are drowning in debt. You have to compete for jobs against foreigners. Our country is a mess right now. And so when your country is a mess and your home is in disarray and bedlam, your own government should say, time out. I have a heart for the people of Haiti. I have a heart for the people of every country. But you're not coming here until this generation at least has it as good as their parents.
But it's the stereotype that I'm given.
So I hate to say it, Shauna, and feel free to jump on me if you think I'm wrong. I feel like she just wants to be offended. I think Charlie's like, I would expect, and let me, hold on, pause, rewind. I think if Charlie had made this thing super, super niche, you know, your sorority house, your dorm room, your own family, I think she would better understand it. Because again, it's nebulous to her. She does not understand the concept of, you know, 5,000 people flooding into your dorm room, 5,000 people flooding into your dorm, and you all having to take care of them. She can't understand that. And I think she needs to be able to see that a little bit more, because that, or she's just willfully being ignorant.
I think it's both, because she didn't want to just answer his question. You know, he got her and she didn't want it. She didn't want to answer it. She wanted to move on. He's like, no. Let's, you know, so I think it's both.
No, I agree with you. And to the point also that you made earlier, I think we could streamline the immigration process or look at it and adjust it. But I think first things first, we have to get our arms around the problem, which I think they're doing a phenomenal job of it. We've got our borders sealed up. I think ICE activities are good and needful, but I think if we just remove the encouragement and the incentive to be here illegally, I think we'll see those people self-deport a whole lot faster, and then come up with I don't want to say a faster system, because again, we don't need not trying to be funny, we don't need a 90-year-old immigrating to the United States, you know, 90-year-olds. We need 19, 20-year-olds immigrating who want to be Americans and want to see the country grow. Right, and contribute to it. So I think that's the problem that we're seeing here. But, you know, let's keep it going. Let's go.
As a Mexican American, to fulfill those standards that people have on immigration
I
as well.
don't share that. I haven't said that here today. There's people from all over the world that enter the southern border now. There's 118 countries that come across the southern border. But I don't care if you enter illegally from Bulgaria or from Laos or from Mexico or from Nicaragua. Someone who does not have their paperwork when they come in is by definition breaking federal law.
Yeah.
And so then what should we do with someone who breaks with federal law?
But does that mean that people, including their children, their grandchildren, including myself, have to live with the stereotype or the standard set upon me that I am a criminal, I am a drug dealer, I am a XYZ?
Okay, so
Why would she be living with that? Didn't she say her parents were even born here?
Right, her parents were born here, and it's just her grandfather on her dad's side, her fraternal grandfather.
So, and nobody even knows that unless why would she be living with that?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, she wants to be a victim. Again, it's just like, I got to find a way to be a part of this victim Olympics, because otherwise, how am I going to get my gold participation trophy if I don't make myself a victim?
It's so exhausting.
Yeah, it's very tiring. And, you know, it's funny looking at her face right here. I don't know what's going on behind the camera, but it looks like she's looking at somebody and she knows that she's out of pocket. Mm-hmm. Like, you're here in the United States at a prestigious, I think this is Kansas State or University of Kansas, one or the other. So she said K-State, so Kansas State. But ma'am, how are you trying to make yourself a victim even in this? Let it go. Let's go.
I played into that stereotype.
I've heard it many, many times, not from you specifically today.
Okay, but then it's a little bit of a red herring, right? Because we're not even talking about it. I'm not.
Well, my original question was, what do you think about it?
What do I think about stereotypes?
About the stereotype given to immigrants right now, and children of immigrants and people of color here.
Well, I can't talk about something I don't believe in. So, I mean, I don't want people to be stereotyped. No different than when you look at a young white man on campus, you think he's a rapist, right? Which is.
I don't.
Well, that's good. No, but that is a stereotype that is pushed sometimes. Like, oh, if you see a young man on campus, it's campus rape culture. Stereotyping is wrong. It should not occur. But we also must understand that the way that we constitute our immigration policy right now in this country is not in the benefit of the American citizen. And we're acting much more like a colony than a country. And where a country is where you have ties that bind you together. You have a shared history, hopefully a shared language. You have a shared culture, where at colonies, you come from anywhere across the world, and so be it.
Yeah, but isn't that like the point of America?
Ah,
Diversity and
so-
inclusion and
hold-
belonging.
Where that's so I'm so glad you brought that up. Where is that in the Constitution or the Declaration that diversity and inclusion, these are false ideals that are taught in school? They're, I guess, nice, but is diversity and inclusion really an American ideal?
I think so.
Where does it say that?
I think that everyone has the right to live out their own individuality, their own lives, and their own
I know,
way.
but you say the American ideal.
This is a very interesting. I'm gonna go back just a little smidgen. Notice what she said, and hopefully that's far enough. Let's see.
Like the point of America?
Ah,
Diversity and
so-
inclusion and
Hold-
belonging.
Where that's so I'm so glad you brought that up. Where is that in the Constitution or the Declaration that diversity and inclusion, these are false ideals that are taught in school? They're, I guess, nice, but is diversity and inclusion really an American ideal?
Okay, so notice what he said. Where is it in the Constitution? And notice where she's going to tell you where she gets it from.
I think so.
Where does it say that?
I think that everyone has the right to live out their own individuality, their own lives, and their own
I know,
way.
but you say the American ideal. Where do you get that from?
There we go. Where did she get it from, Shauna? Where do you think she's getting it from?
She just thinks it.
From behind her ear.
She just
I don't
thinks
know.
it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Let's see.
Yeah, pursuit of happiness for Americans. You're right, because that's what the Declaration.
I'm an
was written
American.
for. No, that's fine.
Does that mean I'm not valid here for
No,
having
no,
a diverse background?
No, of course.
Where do you get that from? That's what I'm saying. Is
You know what's crazy? And I didn't even realize this until I'm watching this right now, or think about it, I should say. Both of my maternal grandparents were born in Syria. I don't know if they came here legally or not. I have never once been like, people think that I'm an immigrant. I have to walk around and feel like it's never even crossed my mind.
Interesting.
It's never crossed my mind.
Well, I think part of the problem that we're experiencing today is people feel like they don't have value in and of themselves. So Shauna doesn't have any value that she adds to this. So therefore, she has to reach all the way back and bring, grandma and find out. Maybe you go find out. I think that's what that whole, 23andMe and Ancestry.com. I think that's part of what that was to go back in time so you can find somebody like, oh, look. Because I tell people all the time, I will never claim slavery because I have no clue. I'll never claim slavery. Nope. You're not going to catch me doing that because I don't know it. I don't know. I don't. And I'm not going to waste any time finding out because guess what? Whether they were slaves or not, they're looking at the fact that their great-great-grandson sits in the office outside of his studio and talks on a camera and is taking care of his family. That's amazing. That is amazing. So I don't need to go back and look wherever my ancestors are from. I want them to know that I'm doing the best I can with the skills and the life that I have right here. But see, these people can't be happy. And I was going to bring this up earlier. I was watching some Iran videos and I was like, wow, these people are really beautiful. I was sitting there like, I hope I'm not out of order. Like these people are really men and women, kids, older folk. They were just celebrating and singing YMCA, right? And I was like, wow, these people are really beautiful. Like, goodness, like, wow. And I thought about saying, you know why? Because they're happy. They're happy and they're celebratory over something was given to them. And thank God something was taken from them and they got a beautiful gift and they're happy. And I was like, wow, this is a beautiful group, a handsome group of people singing YMCA, marching down the street. I don't remember where it was. And I was like, wow, you'll never see that.
Right.
You'll never see that on that side because they're never happy.
I was telling my husband last night that, you see stories, just different great things, awful things in the news, whatever. And a lot of times you can sympathize or empathize with how those people might be feeling, even if you haven't experienced something like that. I saw a video of a woman on X yesterday in Iran, and she was just hysterical. She wasn't, she was celebrating. She was happy, but you weren't really sure because she was just crying and just like in such shock. And I said to my husband, like, I don't know. empathize with what that must feel like. That's like a completely foreign, I can't imagine to live under that regime for that long and then be experiencing that. It's pretty amazing.
But I can say, you know what? I can't, because again, I can't understand like what it is you're saying. But I'm like, man, I can say one thing. They are thankful to God for the experience that they're getting. And I can amen that.
Yep.
I don't need to know. I don't need to be in the same struggle as you.
Right.
To see,
But
like,
happy
you know
for
what?
you.
Yeah, I can be thankful for you. I can be thankful with you. And I might not fully understand it, but I know one thing. I thank God that you're experiencing this.
Right.
Much more than I want you to be experiencing this craziness that you had 48 hours before.
Right.
You know what? I want you to, whatever this is, however it's parsed out, praise God for that experience that you're having. But my point in this is like, this young lady doesn't look like she wants to not be happy. She wants to find something to complain about. Like, baby, like stop digging and scraping and scrambling and scraping to find something to be upset about.
Did you see Glenn Beck mention how like our society is addicted to outrage?
Yes. Yes.
He's so right.
Yeah. And this young lady she needs to be outraged.
Yes, you are, but I'm saying that what?
So can I not express that?
Don't change the topic. You said we should be able to open up the country for people from all across the world.
Yeah.
Why do we believe that is a core belief?
Because we want to help people. That's the point. We came here a long time ago. We established a country a long time ago, and we want to have other people come in, I think, to live in the luxury that we live in now.
Last question.
I knew
Are you okay with deporting every illegal person that's here?
No.
Why?
Because there's some people here that are not represented well by the media. There's a lot of illegal immigrants here that are working their butts off for the life that they want.
I don't care if they're working hard. But the point is, what should the punishment be for breaking into a country?
Depends on the crime you commit after you break into it.
Okay.
Isn't breaking in the crime?
Right.
So if you break into the country, but you don't commit any other crimes, and I've heard people say this, like, well, you know, it's almost like old school game of tag. You know, you get to base and you're free because you're on base.
Right.
So once you get over the border, you're on base.
No.
It doesn't matter that you punch somebody to get there. It don't matter that you trip somebody to get there. It don't matter how you get there. As long as you get the base, you're good. That's some crazy word.
And it's not like that anywhere else.
Nowhere else. You're not going to do that anywhere else. And you.
But we're the bad guys. But no other first world country allows that. They just don't. So. But you think that those countries are better than here? It doesn't make any sense.
No. Shout out. Just saying. If my neighbor mows my lawn, it doesn't give him a right to break into my house. Right. Well, let me ask a question. What if he goes into your garage and takes your lawnmower out of your garage, cuts your grass with his lawnmower, and then goes and cuts his grass? Does he have right to your lawnmower? No. People are wild. Okay, let's keep this going. Shout out.
No, that's it. I'm talking about just the crime is breaking in. What should the punishment be? I break into somebody's home. What should their punishment be?
You see her looking over there?
Can you repeat that?
Oh, so if you behave after you get here,
could you repeat that? So she doesn't have a thought of her own. She needs somebody. She needs a lifeline. What was that show? Can I get a lifeline? Or you know what I'm talking about? Put it in the chat, y'all. If y'all remember that show where you would
make them. No, what is it? Oh my gosh.
When you had to call a friend or get a lifeline or whatever, like y'all know what it is. The live chat's going to tell us in a second. Don't even worry, Sean. It's coming.
It's going to bother me.
No, it's coming up. I know it's coming. All right, this is wild.
It's fine. So to play that out, if someone comes into your dorm room uninvited,
there we go,
and they do the dishes and laundry, they can stay.
If I'm not going to do my own dishes, heck yeah. They're doing my dishes for me. Cool. If they don't kill me, I'm not dead. It is what it is, man.
Well, they are killing a lot of Americans, but
you say they, like,
who wants to be a millionaire?
Thank you.
I told you it's the best live chat. Shout out. Wait, this is I promise you this woman would not, if somebody breaks into her dorm room and says, hey, I'm ironing your clothes and I'm going to take your bed, there's no way in the world she would be okay with that. She'd be calling campus police. Like, please stop this.
Yeah, you wouldn't even get that far. You would run out of your dorm.
Right.
If there was some stranger in there.
This is great. As long as they don't kill me.
Oh, okay.
That is such a weird take. But
It's a dishonest take.
it's very dishonest. And wait, why does killing them have to be the quintessential? Because then you can't call them if they kill you, by the way. You can't call police if they murder you, right? You lost that privilege to do that.
Yeah.
So why is that the
pesky facts?
Right?
Details.
Why is that the issue and not the fact that they broke into your dorm or broke into your apartment, whatever?
They are?
Yes,
like
they.
All illegal immigrants kill people? That's crazy.
Many illegals do. Actually, the crime rate for illegals is far above that of native-born Americans. And even if it wasn't, it would not be there. No, but it's just interesting. The punishment for the crime of breaking into a nation should be what it is in Switzerland and Israel and Hungary. Every person who breaks into a nation uninvited goes back to their country of origin, period.
So why is there an emphasis on the southern border?
Because most people come illegally through the southern border. 10 million people have come across the southern border. And by the way, do you have any?
Well,
what does she mean? Why is that they're not dropping out of the sky?
Right. This is what
she's talking about.
Okay, I'm not pushing back on Charlie Kirk, y'all. So don't y'all come at me. Don't y'all come at me. But I think Charlie Kirk should have been a little clearer that, hey, people from other parts of the world are coming to Latin America, South America, Mexico, and making their way up through the southern border. So if we close the southern border, we're going to stop a lot of people from all over the world.
Didn't there was like 108 people from 118 different countries that are coming in through the southern border?
No, he said it, yes. I don't think he said it for her to understand it. And I think she just, and again, it might be just his audience, it might be her.
He needs the Blues Clues.
Oh no, don't do that.
Just kidding.
But I don't think she understood, like, hey, there are people from Nigeria coming in through Mexico. How did they get there? I don't know. But they're from Nigeria coming in through Mexico. There are people from other countries.
Citizens. They're not even allowed to just leave their country. And nobody finds that concerning.
Perfect point. So I think that's the part. I don't think she's getting it. And maybe it could be on her. It could be maybe Charlie didn't explain it right or whatnot like that. But I think she's missing the point that because she really is making it sound like people from Europe are getting speedboated into Ellis Island and they're getting a free pass, whereas people walking in from Tijuana are being stopped and held up. And that's not the case at all. Yeah. I mean, try to break into Canada. Try it. Let me know how that works out for you.
Concern for the 320,000 missing kids that have also been sex trafficked across the southern border. Of
course I do.
But who's doing the sex trafficking?
A handful of people, not everybody else.
320,000. That's a lot.
The children.
Yeah, but each one of them has a handler. So, and that means that 320,000 sex pimps are bringing in sex slaves to this country.
The point I'm trying to make is that we categorize all illegal immigrants under the same thing: sex traffickers, drug dealers.
Am I doing
that? And by
you
saying all illegal immigrants have to be deported, you're implying
because they're illegal. Okay, this is what I think it is. She's lost on the fact that breaking into the house.
I don't.
That's where their illegal status comes in.
Right.
Once I break into Shauna's house, I'm an illegal.
And you've committed a crime.
I'm an illegal podcaster.
Right.
I'm an illegal guy wearing a black baseball cap.
Right. The act of breaking into a place that you are not supposed to be is the crime in and of itself. It doesn't matter if you do anything violent or steal something after the fact. You committed the crime. Breaking and entering, it's a crime. That's its own crime.
That is the crime. It is breaking and entering. Matter of fact, several times a week we watch body cam footage here, and I've learned a lot about the law. Like breaking and entering could be me putting my hand in the car. The window could be down. I put my hand in the car. Yep. I break the line of the car, put my arm in to grab your purse, but I decide not to. I've broken and entered your car.
Right.
Like, again, I think that's part of the problem. I think they need a criminal justice program, or of course a civics program as well, to really explain this to them so they can understand, like, hey, they're illegal immigrants because, so she's caught up on the immigrant and not the illegal part.
Chat, do you think that she's talking about legal immigration? I don't, because she was saying that people can't get asylum. They have to just run through the border. So I don't think that she's thinking of that it's legal.
I'm sorry. Yeah. I don't see it.
It was like maybe 5 up or so.
Okay, I'm sorry. But yeah, I'll find, if I find, I'll put it back up. But no, I don't think she's not talking about somebody that goes through the proper channels, gets a visa, a work visa, whatever of that nature. No, she's talking about people that come in, just skip to Malou. Get up in here. All right, let's go.
All of
I'm not
them
implying
are
anything.
doing these
I'm being
terrible things,
super
and not a
clear.
small percentage of them.
Well, it's not small, actually. 320,000 out of 10 million is not small, actually. That's a serious number. That's 3.2% of all people that came into the country are connected to sex slavery in some way. That's insane, actually. 3.2% are connected to sex slavery. That's like a lot. But anyway, so let's just kind of, I want to just make clear. If you come into a country uninvited, definitionally, you are a criminal.
We're just not going to agree.
It's fine. Then
That's
final
okay.
question.
I'm sorry. Like, wait.
But legally, it doesn't matter. That's not an I agree or I don't agree situation. It's a fact.
It's a fact, right? It's what the law says. Okay, hey,
That's why ICE is able to.
okay, it's not
deport them.
called, okay. Some places it's called breaking and entering. Some people it's called unlawful entry. Guess what? They're crimes either way. Either way, it's a crime. Okay, yeah, that's wild. Right, this is a very fun, yeah, Mexico does have a deportation policy, which is crazy work. Okay, let's keep it going.
Question. What is a criminal?
What is a criminal?
No, what is it? Would you agree with the definition that a criminal is someone who breaks the law?
Here's why I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I know how he's going to turn it, and I don't fully agree.
It's not a matter of turning it. It's a very ABC sequence. If they're not criminals, then tell me what a criminal is. And a criminal is obviously someone who breaks the law. Someone who comes across the southern border broke federal law. Therefore, they are a criminal.
Okay, then we can just disagree.
But you have to tell me what a criminal is, though.
Trump.
Oh, Trump. Yeah.
Yo.
You got to come up to the mic. Okay.
She's right behind me.
Yeah.
Have fun.
Can't tell me what a criminal is. Yeah.
That was interesting. You know what? This is a very civil conversation. I didn't want to say that.
I was going to say that. At least she wasn't screaming, yelling, and being disgusting. But
yeah.
And she could say, yeah, it's somebody that breaks the law. I don't agree that should be a law. She could say that, but you can't say I don't agree that that's illegal. It factually is. It's not a subjective thing.
I got you. Oh, no, I was saying that to emphasize what the criminal is doing. Oh, okay, I got you, friend. I appreciate you, Williams. Thank you, friend. No, that was I think I had to say I had not watched many of Charlie Kirk's Q&As, or I don't want to call this a debate. But what do you call this? Just a Q&A?
It's just just like a college. Yeah, I guess it's not.
Yeah, I don't know what to call it. I'm gonna call it a Q&A. Let's just call it for Q&A. Question and answer, back and forth, a nice discussion. But I'm encouraged how civil they are.
They're not always.
No, that's true.
Oh,
But this one, yeah, this one is very civil. I'm like, hey, I can see why people like this. Okay, shout out for sure. All right, let's keep it going. All right.
It's so sad. It's because if you want to really get down to it at the core, and she's a very sweet person who was there, the left cannot define core terms. Criminal, woman, racist, democracy.
Do you feel proud of yourself for debating college kids who are unprepared to speak in front of an audience like yourself? Hold on. You're 30 years old. We can agree you're 30 years old, right?
Can I do something, Shauna? I just want to check real quick. Is this the same girl?
No.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to say all blondes look alike. She just looked very much like, I'm like, wow. Okay, maybe it was me.
Very sweet person who was there. The left cannot define core terms. Criminal, woman, racist, democracy.
Do you feel proud of yourself for debating college kids?
Are you sure? Okay, all right. Wait. Yeah, you know why? Because this is the same guy standing behind her, so it's the same day. This guy right here with the backpack across his chest.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and this guy to the right. Okay, yeah, you're right. All right. Shout out to Shauna. Keep me straight.
Who are unprepared to speak in front of an audience like yourself. Hold on. You're 30 years old. We can agree you're 30 years old, right? Do you think that's a little bit silly?
Are you a voter?
I am a voter. I'm
Oh,
a
so
registered
I
voter.
vote and you vote. So I'm talking to voters of this country that will determine the future of Western civilization. That's what I'm doing here today. Yeah? Wait, hold on. How is it any different than a professor talking to you?
Then a professor talking to you? Who are you?
Well, important enough for you to come up to a microphone.
I do think it's adorable that she made it sound like he went and dragged her to debate
Well,
her.
I think he mentioned that too. He's like, nobody made you come up here. If this is the same one that I'm thinking of, it's like
I think so. I haven't watched it, so we're gonna find out.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I think that is adorable. Like, you don't have to come and debate him. You can just walk on by.
She's acting like he's talking to 8-year-olds. He's not. They're voters.
No. All right, let's keep it dancing. Let's go.
Actually, when I first saw this ad, I thought it was like an improv comedy thing. It looked so ridiculous that I didn't even think it was real.
Well, no, you could see. Look how popular Trump is on your campus. How does that make you feel? That's not comedy. That is a 5-alarm fire for Kamala Harris because she's probably going to lose Pennsylvania.
Look.
But no, I just want to be clear. Is there something wrong with talking to voters?
No, there's nothing wrong with talking.
Well, that's
to
what we're doing here today. It's an open mic.
I think that you push a dangerous agenda.
Such as?
Your stance on abortion rights, for example.
Here we go. Okay.
So I think it's adorable. She said you pushed a dangerous idea.
Mm-hmm.
So dangerous, in my mind, I think it's fair to say, would be like something that causes someone to not have a life. Is that
Right.
fair?
I would say so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like if I were, riding around in my car with no headlights on at night, that would be a dangerous activity because somebody could get hurt,
Mhm.
injured, or lose their life. Is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
And then she brings up her
Abortion.
justification of dangerous activity is one that's guaranteed to take somebody's life.
Mhm.
So it's dangerous to not want somebody to not take somebody's life. Like, I want you to turn on your headlights when you drive. That's a dangerous idea.
I don't know how these people thought that they were going to go up and try to own Charlie Kirk.
I don't think it's only Charlie Kirk. I'm like, personally, I think one of the problems is a lot of people have not actually had their ideas tested. They've kept them in a petri dish, a little bubble,
Mhm.
and they've never taken them outside to actually have them wordsmithed and worked out and argued with in the public square. I don't think it's just Charlie Kirk.
But I don't even think they thought through their own ideas enough because she's familiar enough with him that she should. I mean, if you're gonna step up to the mic, you should be prepared, and they generally aren't. Some people are, but for the most part,
No, I agree with you 1,000%. Let's keep it going. Let's go.
So
let me ask a question. What is your name?
Jean.
And what is your understanding of the current Republican Party's stance on federal intervention in abortion?
Well, I know that they want to bring it back to the states, right?
So it sounds like you do know that the Republican Party's current stance on abortion is they're against a federal ban on abortion.
I do
And we're
understand
talking about
that,
a presidential election as the
Yes.
important election that we're talking about here.
I understand that. Yes.
Great. So again, I think this open dialogue is great. I think it's great you're here challenging Charlie, and I think it's great that he's willing to travel campuses across this country to talk to the next generation. We need more conversation. Now, where's the disagreement, though, on content? Because you could criticize style or why you're talking to people
Listen,
or dunk on someone personally, but where do you actually disagree with
I
the
agree
substance?
with the way that you edit content and specifically frame it so that people look bad talking to you. The way that you edit your content.
we post unedited content.
Let me just ask you one thing, though, because personal insults can fly in all directions.
Didn't she say that she didn't think that this was real?
Mhm.
And she didn't know who he was?
she
But
was
now
trying to insult him. It's so stupid.
it is interesting. Like, what are you talking about, ma'am? What do you mean? Which I think is wild. But shout out to Vivek right here. I think that was good job of bringing her back. Bringing her back to somewhere sane.
Where is an area where you have a disagreement with the conservative movement, with Donald Trump, with Charlie Kirk, perhaps with myself? I was a presidential candidate last year. I think we need to talk about that more in the open. And the more we do, the stronger our country is going to be. We got a long line of people, but I want to hear from you one substantive area where you have an authentic disagreement and I'd be glad to address it. I'm sure Charlie would too.
That's good.
Just in
Anything.
any political.
Relating to any political topic where you have a disagreement. Let's air it.
Okay. I disagree with some of the laws that are being pushed in Congress that are against the LGBTQ community and the trans community.
Okay, so let's talk about that. I'm going to give you my view, and then I want to hear yours.
Okay.
My view is that if you're a fully grown adult, 18 or above, you're free to live how you want, dress how you want, marry who you want if you want, if you're over the age of 18.
I agree.
But you are not free to indoctrinate children in schools who are not yet of the age of consent. You are not free, just as you're a 17-year-old or a 15-year-old can't get a tattoo on their own, I don't think that you should be able to go or until the age of 18. And so the lines that I draw here is that men are free to claim to be women and swim in swimming pools. You're not free to claim trophies in a women's sports competition. You're not free to enter a women's locker room. You're not free to change a language, and you're not free to actually indoctrinate our children who are under the age of 5 in schools. Do we agree on the fact that adults should be able to live freely while still treating children differently? If so, we're on the same side of this issue.
Listen, I agree with the majority of what you said. However, I don't think that you're understanding the implications of the laws that are trying to be passed.
There's that lady behind
We
her.
got a head start of the conversation. We got a long line behind you. But my only ask is, forget the personal attacks or the stylistic attacks. Focus on substance. The more we debate that, the stronger we're going to be as a country. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
I don't think you're focusing on substance, though. That's the issue.
Hold on. Look, he intentionally tried to provoke substance out of you. And you said, well, I'm worried about some laws Congress should pass. I have to ask, what laws are you talking about? Can you be specific?
I'm sorry, I'm very nervous. But this is what you do. This is what you do. You take people and you put them under the spotlight and you...
Well, hold on. I didn't ask you to come up here. You voluntarily came to the front of the line. You didn't have to do that.
You're purposely antagonizing people on campus, asking people to come up by spreading your weird agenda.
How? What agenda is that? I'm confused, though.
So, Charlie, I'll say this. We'll end on this and we'll go to the next question. When I was 18, and I'm not going to blame you for this, I also took for granted a lot of the stuff that the media force-fed me, because that's what you know at the age of 18. You say there are some vague laws making their way through Congress that are hostile to trans community.
Do you know how...
I don't think those laws actually exist, but I don't blame you if that's what the cable media is feeding you. But let's get to the specifics, and then we're able to actually have an open dialogue. That's one of the things I've learned over the last 20 years.
I think that the issue is we're getting our media from different sources. Both people are getting media from these skewed sources. The facts that you're presenting are not always correct.
And that's why we're here with no TV screens between us. So people who have policy-based substantive disagreements, we invite those. I think that's how we're going to get our country back. And as it relates to trans, which you brought up, 18 or above, you're free to live how you want. You're not free to force that onto somebody else, or especially kids. And if we agree on that, we make some progress.
Thank you. Disagreements, yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Did you want to add anything to that, Shauna, or what do you think about that?
Just embarrassing to watch for her.
Yeah.
Like, I feel uncomfortable for her because if you're going to bring that up, do you think that they're not going to ask you specifics about what specific policies? It's just those people are very frustrating to interact with. They just did a really good job staying calm. Vivek's really good on the college tours with Charlie.
And I think they're also used to, again, they're used to arguing in a vacuum where they don't have to push back. I could just say something like, and I get a head nod from my crew, like, oh, yeah, we agree. But nobody ever says, like, well, wait, what are you talking about? Oh, Jason has dangerous ideas. Yeah. He doesn't want abortion. Yeah. But isn't abortion by definition dangerous?
Of course.
Like, why are we pretending like it's not? That doesn't make sense. So I think that's part of the problem that they're missing, is that nobody's pushing back on this. They've not had an opportunity to actually put this in this. And I think this is the good thing about what Charlie was doing, and why I want to point this out, is that these ideas need to be argued out and fought out and all that kind of good jazz like that. And let's bring this in. Let me do this real quick. Let's go.
on a lot of issues, but specifically on immigration, when I hear about like the Haitians in Ohio, closer, yeah, taking over cities, and the thing about eating people's pets, I don't know if that's true.
It is true.
But I was wondering if you could speak a little bit on that specifically, and I'm kind of torn on the election, so if you could also speak on if we have more instances like that in the future if Kamala Harris gets voted.
Yeah, it's great. First of all, thank you for coming up to the mic. And I want to try to win you over as a liberal for Donald Trump. So you're going to give me a chance, okay?
I will, sir.
All right, okay. That is a true open mind. So I appreciate that. Number one, we have accepted 5% of the Haitian population in this country in the last couple of years. I have nothing against Haitians. I know some Haitians. We can all agree when you accept 5% of any country's population, in addition to all the other mass migration we have, it's too much, it's unsustainable, and a government must start from this core premise. It must have an obligation to fulfill a better life for its own citizens before it opens its border to non-citizens. It's a very, very basic, fundamental thing. And as I said earlier, everybody in this audience is seeing their future worse off than their parents for the first time since George Washington. That's a big deal. Usually, at least kids are as good, if not better, than their parents, and we have that broken. As far as Donald Trump goes, there are three things I want you to think about when voting for Trump. Number one, home ownership. I imagine you want to own a home sometime in your life, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. In order to own a home, you would have to make $125,000 a year right now just to be able to get the mortgage. That doesn't count your medical expenses, your student debt expenses, your credit card expenses. When Trump was president, it was $75,000 a year. We were building millions of new homes. Incomes were going up. Why is it that the housing prices have gone up so much? Because Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have spent $6 to $7 trillion of unnecessary federal spending, flooded the zone with these trillions of dollars, which have inflated asset prices. Number two, as a liberal, I imagine you don't like war, right? You don't like endless war. Under Donald Trump, it was the first president in 40 years where we had no new wars. No Iraq war, no Syrian war, no Russian-Ukraine war. Under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we have the Russian-Ukrainian war that we've spent $250 billion on. We have the terrible situation in Israel and Gaza. I'm very pro-Israel. We can all agree, though, not a good situation, right? Not favorable. It's just bad. A lot of human suffering, not good to witness. Under Donald Trump, none of that happened. In fact, he brought peace to the Middle East. We had the Abraham Accords, and we had a stable international circumstance. The final thing is the border. Under Donald Trump, the southern border was the most secure it was in American history, with border crossings at an all-time low. Under Kamala Harris, 10 million people have come across the southern border into this country. We have no idea who they are. They're coming into our communities. Crime is increasing. They're eating ducks and geese and cats in Springfield, Ohio. And that's just like a silly example. It's totally true, by the way.
Why?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why? When I look
here, let me get your thoughts on what he said there. Home ownership, Shauna, home ownership, no new wars, and border. What do you feel about those? Oh, sorry.
Hold on. I'll be right back. My kids something's going on. I'll be right back.
Not a problem. I'll talk about it for a second. All right. I feel like borders, Trump has done a phenomenal job with borders. I do think that we need to evaluate how we handle the ICE situation. And I think, not because I don't think that ICE representatives need to be going into places and taking out illegals, but I think limiting or actually removing the incentive for illegals to stay, I think would be phenomenal. And that will work in tandem with ICE. So I think ICE, you got me there. Home ownership, I didn't realize how expensive stuff was, man. I've lived in this house for 16 years. Well, let me see. Yeah, she's going to be 16. We moved in before she was born. So we've been in this house for 16 years. I didn't realize how expensive houses were. I bought my first house when I was 27 years old. I bought a townhouse. And that's where me and my wife lived until we bought this house. So I think it's very, I didn't realize how bad it was out there. It's bad out there. So I can't see kids today being able to buy a house at 25, 27. I just can't see it happening. And then, of course, no new wars, no new protracted, ongoing Afghanistan, Vietnam type wars. We boots on the ground all the time, all day. No new wars. And I think so far he's kept all those promises. What do you think, Shauna?
I just walked back in. So as far as the home ownership, I do worry about that. I worry about my kids being able to afford a home. I don't know how they're going to be able to. Even in the states that were considered affordable, they're not anymore.
Right.
Yeah, it's It's concerning.
So his 3 policies were home ownership,
Mhm.
border, and no new wars. You want to add anything else to those, or what do you think about those?
When he was talking about Trump's main
Yeah,
most
right.
important
3
policies.
things he wanted this young man to think about,
Right.
because he wants him to vote for Trump.
Yep. Sorry, I got like sidetracked with my kids.
Oh, no problem.
Brawling downstairs. So
no problem.
okay.
What we'll do, because I don't want to throw you off. He's going to answer, so let's let him go.
Mhm.
If you want to add something, just tell me to stop.
It up because the reason I'm asking you is because there's a lot of misinformation. I feel like because when I first heard about your side of the story is what I heard, and then after that, I was hearing that there's no proof of that. So why is that?
Well, there is proof. I mean, we have tons of video I could show you of residents saying that my cat was taken by a Haitian yesterday morning and was grilled on an open fire. They won't accept it as a police report. And I know way too much about Springfield, Ohio police reports right now, but they won't accept it as a police report because it's an animal control problem. It's just, again, you have to just look at the residents. Either they're all lying and they're all in on it, or there's something to this. I'm not asking you to vote for Trump based on, cats being kidnapped and grilled and barbecued. I am saying, though, that it begs a question of, can we sustain 10 million people? I want you guys to understand how many 10 million people is. We have 10 million illegals that have come to the country, which is the population of New Jersey. Okay, that is an unsustainable amount. Under Donald Trump, we had the border secure and it will stay secure. So those 3 things, we had a great economy under Trump and it was easier for you guys to own homes. We had no wars and you guys are closer to World War III than ever before. You guys that are all, by the way, military age, I hope you don't get into World War III because you might be drafted under the current circumstance and you guys might laugh. But think about who is endorsing Kamala Harris. Dick Cheney, Leon Panetta, Liz Cheney. These are the warmongers of 20 years ago that got us into these wars. So I am not fear-mongering here, guys. The people that got us into these failed wars, by the way, this is 9/11 today, and we remember what happened on 9/11, and then we remember our terrible reaction on 9/11 when we decided to invade Iraq and Afghanistan. Let us never do that again. Let us never invade sovereign countries. Amen. And I think you would sympathize with that.
Wow. So this was September 11th, 2024. So he had 364 days. Wow. Okay.
Just thinking about 10 million illegals. So obviously it's going to vary depending on states. States are different sizes, but on average, that's 200,000 illegals per state.
Mm-hmm. That's a lot.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
And I think, again, just the point I made, like with the young lady who was talking about illegals and her grandparents, I do think that maybe it would be good to niche this down to help them understand it a little bit more. Like, hey, your dorm has 300 beds in it. 300 beds in it, 150 rooms. How many extra people could you take into your dorm? If every bed is full, every room has 2 occupants, how many could you take? They'd probably say 0. Right. Okay, well, now we're going to bring 300 more people into your dorm. So they can kind of, because again, I'm sorry, without you saying that, I had not thought about it like that. I can't conceptualize 10 million people.
Right.
So I think maybe it's a nebulous term, kind of like trillions.
Well, it's like, oh, they're in here. It's like, no, but they're in here and they're all living somewhere.
Right. They're all living somewhere. So make your dorm the state of wherever, the state of your dorm. And again, 150 rooms, 300 beds, and I bring 300 new people in. And let's just pretend they all can sleep on the hall and in the study rooms and all that kind of stuff like that. What's that going to do to your restrooms? What's it going to do to your showers? What's it going to do to your laundry and all that kind of stuff like that? And let's not even talk about food. So I do think that there's something to be said there, but I do think maybe they could niche it down a little bit. That would be my only, because again, it just seems nebulous to me. Like the number just seems.
Supply and demand in any other instance, people understand that supply and like it drives up the cost when there's high demand for something.
Right.
That's true of housing as well.
Yeah. And then also keep in mind, when you're talking about services where you're exacting the service from somebody, we're not just talking about, widgets and cups. We're talking about somebody that actually does a service, kind of like your healthcare, kind of like your lawn care. They're doing a service. So yeah, the price is going to rise up, but you also don't have as many people doing it. But more people are exacting from it. So that's just it. Okay. Shout out.
And and this is why we're seeing Bobby Kennedy, Elon Musk, Tulsi Gabbard, people that are card-carrying Democrats vote for Trump and voice support for Trump, because what's happening at the Democrat Party is this very sinister combination. It's a party of censorship, It's a party of war, a party of open borders that is against actual traditional liberal values.
I agree.
So which way are you leaning?
Can I get a hat?
That's a good answer. Thanks, man. God bless. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
the fact that this is September 11th, 2024 makes this a whole lot more realer. Like, that's kind of crazy. Wow. That's wild. Okay, yeah. Anything you want to add to that, or?
No, I just miss them every time I watch these videos. It sucks. It just sucks.
Yeah. I think this is good. Shout out for sure.
Hi, Charlie.
You are right. I will. 1 sec. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I just have a question kind of based on affirmative action. I'm a computer engineer here at UW-Madison. I'm about to graduate. And there's a lot that I've found through research and just general, I guess, my studies. Not only does affirmative action like help, minorities, people of color, but also women in general. And there's a lot of facets of engineering, the medical system, and other factors that, because of affirmative action, have helped. I'll just go into something. For example, let's say like in the medical field, endometriosis, something like that has not been studied in women due to so little women being in the medical field. Also, for example, like cars, the seatbelt is made specifically for the male body. They're only tested with male mannequins. So a lot of women are in risk of dying in car crashes at a higher rate. There's a lot of things.
I'd never heard that before in my life.
Yeah.
So, okay, I'm gonna tell a story. So I had a job in a fitness tracking industry where they track like a Fitbit, Apple Watch, that type of thing like that, where they track your fitness level based upon male, female. And I remember being in a meeting where we were talking with the labs people, and they were so excited. They were so happy that they had come up with a way to add trans to the fitness tracking, specifically for females, specifically for the females 4 days out of the month. And I said, that was the day I was like, and my face was exactly like yours. Because I was like, wait, you do realize that that's going to mess up your numbers, because you're not like, that doesn't work like that. But they were so happy. They're so happy that they had cracked the nut, so to speak, pun intended, of being so inclusive that they were including men in female reproductive health discussions. And that's what I see here with this young lady talking about a seatbelt. Could it be that they don't test it on females size mannequins? Yeah, I guess so. But is every female the same size? Is not the same size as a man?
Right. There's got to be some sort of a reason for that.
Right. I mean, that just doesn't make sense. So to me,
that
like,
seems more standard than the Fitbit, like the health tracking stuff. Like I'm sure that there's some sort of a reason. Maybe if it will secure a man, it's fine for women too, because men are generally bigger. I don't know.
Yeah. So I've never heard this before. And it's like, why would you want to, and again, I don't know where she's going with this, because this is my first time hearing it too, but why would you want it niche down to so much? Like, if my wife gets in my car, but it's been tested for me, I'm sorry, they've tested it for men and women, but there's something she has to do in order for it to properly fit her size, and she gets in my car and it's not the right size, it still doesn't help. Like, I don't understand. Why would somebody want to? Somebody said affirmative action crash dummies.
Well, and she's got a MAGA hat on too, which is interesting. So I'll be interested to see where she's going with this.
Yeah, I'm gonna end right here, because this affirmative action crash dummies is hilarious. Yo, put Greg in 0-second timeout. Come on. All right, let's go.
That benefit from a diverse group of people, both in engineering and medical fields and education and other facets of the systems. And I was just wondering, without affirmative action, how do you think we can bring these people in to bring a variety of opinions?
Yeah, no, I mean,
views?
just have a meritocracy, right? So you have 3 white men around you. You can see 1, 2, 3. So if one supports affirmative, no, it's okay. If one supports affirmative action,
Right.
it would mean that you would be okay turning to those three men and saying, I deserve the position more than you based on something that doesn't matter more
Not
than something that does
necessarily.
matter.
I feel like that's one facet of it that we're not also paying attention to, is that people that are graduating from the same schools, they're graduating with the same degrees.
With lower test scores, though, much lower. Every study of affirmative action, for example, the Harvard case showed that it was nearly 40% lower test scores for people of color versus their white male counterparts and Asian counterparts.
And so how
at
can
some point,
is that like why would that happen? Do you think
why?
it's yeah?
Why?
What causes that? Do you think it's just because like
Well,
people of color are more like stupid?
No,
or,
of
like,
course not.
Right.
I mean, people of color come from lower socioeconomic backgrounds that don't prioritize education.
So
much,
how do we
but
fix
that's
those socioeconomic statuses?
Right. That's an interesting point. Not should we try to penalize white males that are competent to go run our systems and our institutions. So those are two different things.
So I think part of the problem that people get, because this is one of those ones that I've heard people say, well, Charlie Kirk is a racist because he feels this kind of way. But he mentioned earlier, and I'm glad we're watching so many of these back to back to back to back, because in the earlier episode, he mentions that he wants that is about choices. And we mentioned before, like the choices that you and your family make, Shauna, are a blessing to your children, and they will benefit and reap the benefits of those choices that you make, whether that means whether it be good or bad, right? So I think the problem is people think that Charlie's trying to nail somebody into a particular box or put them into a particular sector, when he's honestly said in multiple instances, it's about the choices that you make. And so I think I think even greater than saying social economics, like, hey, we people make different choices. And based upon that, those choices that you make, you go in different directions. And some of those choices will lend you to being a better engineer, a better scientist and whatnot than other choices. That's it in the day. All right, let's bring that back in. Let's go. All right.
So what we're doing is our institutions are now becoming less excellent. Our country is not working like it used to because we basically told people that are very qualified and very competent that, sorry, we're not going to put a position for you here. For example, the U.S. Secret Service. Let me just give you one example, okay? We can all agree that protecting a president, whether it's Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, is super important, right? But now the Secret Service has said that we want to have 30% of all our agents be women, which, by the way, they have lower fitness criteria. So they have less pull-ups, less push-ups, slower mile time.
That's something that's due to like your
hold on. Like, exactly. Yeah, no, but this is affirmative action, right? And so therefore,
there's like fields like I don't think that's a good one second. I just don't think that's a good example because like women will never be as strong as men, at least genetically.
So that's an interesting question.
So I think it should be something that's more like ideologically based.
Will women be as good at engineering as men, person for person?
Not necessarily, but
okay. Well, then how is that different than the Secret Service example?
Well, the problem.
But also, women aren't going to be as strong as men, but that's an important job. And you should, that's
the importance of the job.
The importance of the job is having competent, capable people to protect the president and different people within the administration. Like, it doesn't matter.
So I don't know if I don't want to get in trouble by saying like I'm not disagreeing with Charlie. I just think I like giving examples. Imagine if you had 100 players, you had a football team, and you had 100 players on the football team of all different roles and positions on the team. But let's say 30% of them are inadequate to meet the standard that the other 70 have. But your opponent has 100% of their players all meet the standard. You're already at a dispadivantage by 30%.
Or
depending on what the roles,
a surgeon
unless the people are like the water boys and the or whatnot. But besides, if they are on the field, you have a potential of not being as successful because 30% of your team does not meet the standard, and your opponent has 100% of their team meets the standard. You're going to be you're in deep soup.
Who do you want operating on your child? The most qualified surgeon
possible.
The most qualified. I don't care, man, woman, what color skin. I don't care. I want the most qualified, competent person.
And if you had the choice, if you had an emergency of that caliber, and you could choose, And you say, hey, this doctor right here, we know has hit, they're 100% qualified.
Mhm.
But this one right here, we let in because of their skin color,
They got like
because of
70s
their
on all their tests.
gender.
You'll be
Say
fine.
again?
They got like 70s on all their tests. You're fine.
Right.
Yeah.
But they're diverse. This hospital is all diverse. Got a lot of diversity going on.
Right.
We got 100 doctors in there. Now, 30 of them didn't really meet the standard, but we did get them in. But we got 100 doctors over here. This one over here, every one of the doctors meets the standard. If you could choose, especially within the life of your child, I think we all know where you're going.
Right.
So that's all I'm saying. I love Charlie's his methodical thought process, but I would add to it. Somebody just mentioned right here, they are forced to affirmative action onto the NFL. Right. The NFL doesn't do that. They're not diverse like that. Now, actually, truth be told, the NBA is having a problem with diversity because they are reaching out to other nationalities way more now. So actually, the pendulum swinging the other direction. So it's not Americans at all. They're actually looking for and bringing in talent from other places. And that's actually, now they have the other problem. So, but shout out, I get your point for sure. So I like the way Charlie gets to the point, but I think it's not hitting this young lady like it should. Secret Service, that went over her head. But if you said again, something that really hits the point, I guess they're in Oregon. So you're talking about the school's football team. I think he's like an Oregon Ducks guy.
Mm-hmm.
I think if he had hit that, I think it really would have sunk in pretty quick. Just my opinion.
Is that
because the male mind is wired different than the female mind. By the way, men will never be as good. Hold on, I'll prove it to you. Men will never be as good at counseling or psychology sessions as women. Men will never be good at nursing or elementary school education as women.
Hey, hold on. Hold on now. I'm a former classroom teacher. I was pretty good now. I was good. I was a good school teacher.
I'm a former nurse, and I would say that there are some very good male nurses, but generally speaking,
we're speaking
generally.
Right. That's why I'm not a school teacher now. There you go. That's why I took my retirement as quick as I could. Right. So, but he's right on the money. He's right on the money. Again, more nurses are female. Not saying every nurse is a female, but they're better at it. More teachers are female. Not saying they're good at it, but they're better at it. Especially in the early elementary, you got to search high and low to find a guy. That's not like the PE teacher.
Mm-hmm.
Gifting says our brain is wired a certain way. Women are far better gifted at micro topics.
Yeah.
So individual connection, empathetic type conversations, healing people that are past trauma and wound. Men are much better at macro topics, right? Trying to build a building, put a skyscraper up, trying to talk geopolitics. And I'll prove it to you. When you go and you see 5 women eating lunch, they're probably talking about micro topics, conversations they had, relationships, friendships. Men, they're talking about politics, sports, or the stock market.
That's not necessarily
true. Yes, you guys all agree.
I think I do think I'm sorry, he should have started with the guys and say, hey, if you get 10 guys together, they're going to be talking about this, and got all them head nods going, because then it would have been hard for her to argue otherwise, because you're not going to get us talking about our feelings and the such of that nature if we get together with 10 of our friends. It's just not going to happen. I agree with them 100%. What do y'all talk about when you get with your friends, Shauna?
I do talk about politics with my friends a lot, but I talk about the other things too.
Okay, well, we're gonna put you in that very small corner that doesn't talk about Grey's Anatomy and avocado toast. All right, so let's go. You don't like avocado toast?
It's all right.
I've never had it. My daughter likes it. I've never had it though.
I mean, there's a reason.
No, these are bimodal general truths, right? Of course, there's exceptions, but
it's not a general truth, though. I feel like women have the capability of having political conversations.
Of course they do, but it's not the general wiring or nature of women.
It's not. There's no wiring.
You just want to argue. Stop arguing. Like, you just want to argue. He said it is a generalization. Right. This is a broad brush statement that most people can say, yeah, though it's not 100%, I can see there's 98.2%. Say again?
Generally speaking, even if it's 90%.
Yeah.
Like it's, yeah.
Let's keep it going. Let's go.
for your brain to like Donald Trump. Like that's not a real thing. I feel like.
But wait a second. But do you think that men and women are made different in our brains and our
certain things, but not necessarily. It doesn't like channel you to be a specific thing.
Like what things?
Well, like there's like specific wirings to, you know, like produce certain types of hormones, and that's like differences that are genetically.
So you don't think that men are more likely to like contact sports, more likely to enjoy football, UFC, hunting?
I think that's because of a societal norm in general. Like over a lot of time.
Come on, you're smarter than that. That's not true.
Well,
hold on. So why is it
there's women that play football? So like you can't just say that.
And there are men that dress in drag, but those are not the general truth of it. So let me just be clear. You think that there's nothing within the female brain in its constitution that makes young ladies more likely?
I mean, being that I'm an engineer, I don't think so. No. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I feel like
I would ask her, does she see herself as an outlier of her friends?
Mm-hmm.
Like she says she's about to graduate, so that's 4 years in college.
People that she's grown up with.
Right. I was gonna say, like,
friends might be engineer majors.
Of your 20 friends from high school that you still know on Facebook or wherever that you follow, how many of them are following this track that you're on right now? I'm going to go with, she'd probably say maybe 2 or 3 at the very most if he had asked that question. So you're an outlier to the 17 others that are doing different things that are not.
Know that.
Say again?
She has to know that.
Right. I'm just like, why are we arguing this? Like, this doesn't need to be argued. We can understand and appreciate there's a diversity. Sure. There's a lot of differences. Sure. But as a general statement, this is true. Right. Like to say men like football, UFC, and soccer or rugby, that's not far reaching. Now, maybe I don't like rugby, which, by the way, I think rugby is wild. So, but that's crazy. I love it. But I'll watch it, though. But you didn't have to know anything about me to say, Jason probably watches UFC. Yeah, I do every now and then. You're right. But you don't have to, that's not a reach.
Right.
And now, does that mean I watch every one of them now that they do it just about every weekend now? No. And I don't know most of the fighters? No. But generally speaking, you got me. Dead to rights. Why does she want to? I feel like she just wants to be disagreeable. Right. She wants to be a contrarian.
So you think if you pick a random lady here that they'd be just as comfortable sitting and watching a 4-hour football game than they were to go get their hair done with their best girlfriend?
Well, I feel like that's kind of diminishing to say, oh, because you're a woman, you will not be able to sit through a 4-hour football field.
Is it diminishing?
Flip it on his head then. Go ahead.
No, she's just exhausting.
Right. Well, flip it on his head. If you pick a random guy, do you think that they would be predisposed to go get their hair done? Like this guy right here, right next to her with the black shirt and the black glasses and the what is that? The alpaca haircut, the broccoli haircut. Yeah. Would he be more prone, that guy right there, would he be more prone to want to go get his hair done, his nails done, get a massage and sip mimosas? Or would he be more prone to go watch a UFC or a 4-hour football game?
Watch UFC or a football game.
I mean, hands down. Like, what are we talking about? I'm a little surprised though. There's a woman over Charlie Kirk's shoulder. She has a black crossbody bag with the Under Armour logo. I'm surprised she didn't like say anything. She didn't even blink when he said the get their nails done. I was waiting for some woman to be like co-sign or signify. She didn't even say anything. She let me down.
And I heard one guy be like, I really like getting my nails done.
No. Never. I've never got my nails done. A friend of mine, when he got married a couple of weeks ago, he went and got the whole shebang, got the haircut, the nails and all kind of stuff like that. He's like, Jason, you should get your nails done and get your pedicure and manicure. I said, my dude, like, look at my hands. Why in the Lord's name would I want to spend any time on these things? Like, what are you talking about? I said, have you ever seen my feet? Like, that's money wasted, my guy. I'm going to cut my toenails in the bathtub. And my wife's gonna be mad because I left the trimmings in the tub. And it's just, that's it. I'm not gonna pay money for that. What are you talking about? So I just think she just wants to be difficult, in my opinion.
Well, and he's made it clear that he's speaking generally, so I don't understand why she keeps pushing back.
Yeah, like but she came in hot with the whole affirmative action thing. I don't think she's really calmed down from there.
No, No, I'm sure you get your hair done, right?
Not really. It's like 10 minutes in and out, like barbershop.
Okay, but you still do it. It's
but the point, again, there are certain things that women will take more seriously. For example, women will take a lot longer getting ready for the day than men.
Yeah.
Right? Why?
Because we're held to higher standards to
No,
look pretty.
no.
For example, your hair. How short is your hair? It's super short. Mine, it's gonna take longer to dry.
Do you wear
right?
makeup?
Yeah.
Why?
Because you want to look pretty, and it takes.
Yeah, that's not important to me because I'm a man.
Oh.
It takes me so little time to do my hair.
My husband too. He's got the shaved head, and he like jokes.
Yeah, right. Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah.
Like, we're not the same. Like, just leave it alone. It's okay.
And why can't people just be okay with that?
Right. She just doesn't want to be okay. And I think Charlie is being very gracious to her, but she just doesn't want it to be as it is. Like, men do the things. And this guy right here next to her with the Ducks hoodie on, I mean, take some cues from him. He's literally signifying all the things that Charlie is saying, amening them, that's what he does. Like, it's not a big deal. It's okay that men shave their hair. And like my daughter and my wife went and bought entirely too much facial cleanser, whatever's. I'm like, what in the world is this? And she was trying to explain it to me. I said, why are you telling me this? Like, why are you telling me about this? I'm just going to complain about it because that's what I do.
And
I said, I'm doing good to wash my face. Like, I don't do all these creams and lotions and potions. And that's fine. And y'all should do creams, lotions, and potions because you look better than me. That's fine. Leave me alone. Well, Dad, you have a beard routine. I said, yeah, because it's all the hair I got. I can't lose any more. I got to hold on to the little bit I got. Let's go.
Right, but who made you feel
there's
that
something
way?
in your
but you
wiring.
feel comfortable
No,
not
no,
wearing
it's not
makeup because of a certain reason.
Well, but you wouldn't feel comfortable wearing makeup?
I can not wear makeup.
But why do you do it?
I mean, like right now, I'm not wearing like anything really.
No, I know, but that's the point. Is that it's something you wear makeup.
And I know this because I have high school girls. If they say they're not wearing anything really in the form of makeup, they're lying. They're wearing something.
They're wearing something.
They're wearing something.
I'm not wearing much.
Right. I'm not wearing much, but to say I'm not wearing anything really, I'm wearing nothing really, period. Y'all know I'm ugly like this all the time. But for them to say I'm not wearing anything really, they got something. What is it? Concealer, foundation, mascara, some lip gloss, balm, liner, something. Like, just give it up, turn it loose. You got something. Stop lying. I think, Charlie, this is hilarious.
Because there's something within your wiring that says, I want to be presentable to the world. And that wiring, honestly, is I want to find a mate to have children.
This question was about affirmative action. I think we're
No, it's not. It's actually really important because I don't think there's any differences between races. But I think that when it comes to affirmative action, we're saying that there are differences.
Right.
That we're trying to say that things that don't matter should matter. So I don't think race matters. Affirmative action says race does matter.
What about like women also in fields like that? Like what I explained
I think that's even more dangerous, to be honest with you. If we're going to say that women should be Secret Service agents protecting Trump.
Not Secret Service. I'm talking about medicine, engineering, that type of thing.
Well, hold on. Okay, so should we try to have the same amount of female to male OBGYNs?
I think it should be similar to the amount of like
OBGYNs,
the general population.
So hold on. 85% of all OBGYNs are female.
Yeah.
So now should we have parity so that men?
I have an OBGYN that's a man. That's not a problem.
That's not the point. The point is, should we have?
Is that common? Is that common?
No.
It's fair to say that. Say again.
They exist, but
for sure.
They're not common. I don't know any woman that would prefer that.
Right. And again, I'm a former classroom teacher. It's fair to say that most classroom teachers in the early elementary are female. Mm-hmm. That's fine. For somebody to be, well, my teacher was Mr. Whitaker. Well, he was an anomaly and he was unhappy. Okay. Y'all was stressing that dude out. That's why he lost all his hair. So, but it's fair to say, like, you know what we would expect if you said you had a teacher in second grade that really impacted your life, you wouldn't be wrong to assume that it was a woman.
Right.
So if somebody assumed that your OBGYN was a female, that's not a reach. Right. And a lot of them are saying, you know, they would rather be, and that's fine. I take no offense to that. Mm-hmm. None whatsoever. But I think this is a great question. Then why weren't you a bricklayer?
Yeah. How many trash truck drivers are female?
Yeah. My trash guy comes on Thursday And I've never seen, I don't stand out there every day. I've never seen a female on the trash truck. It's always, and guess what? I don't think I've ever seen many white guys. Usually black guys picking up my trash. Now there's been a white guy driving the truck, but the guys on the back of the truck are black. Okay. So does that matter? No. I'm just glad my trash is gone. But I think that's a great point that, hey, would you want there to be parity? Would you want there to be, affirmative action in the OBGYN space? Probably not.
Parity.
I think it should be similar to like whatever the.
Got it. Okay. So you're consistent. So women studying in the OBGYN field will be actively discriminated against. So a man can, because we must have parity.
It's not about people in the OBGYN specifically. It's about people in general. Men were, like, for example, women were not able to vote until like less than 100 years ago, basically, right?
Now, if she goes back and says that she wants it to only be about engineering, but she keeps introducing new topics.
Right. Why can't it just be about whoever's the most qualified?
Right. Like, just stay
when
right
I was trying to
here.
get into nursing school, it was based off of the most qualified students were getting in. Why can't it just be that? They may be men, they may be women. What different, like, I don't know.
Because I think personally, if you say that, it goes back to what happened an hour ago, talking about choices. You probably made choices, Shauna, to make you a candidate for nursing school to be an effective nurse that I am not making. So therefore, I'm not going to make it in nursing school. That's just the reality. You made choices. So, and those choices improved your qualifications. Whereas my choices completely decimated my qualifications, hence why I never tried. I never said I was going to be a nurse. But I think that's what the problem is, that they're not bringing up the real matter. Truth of the matter is that qualifications is what we're talking about. And I think if they did that,
be the most important thing.
It should, but I think we know what we're talking about here. All right, let's go.
What does that have to do with?
One second. So because of that, a lot of the laws, a lot of everything that's set in place was made by men, was excluding women, was creating like reforms and like certain legislations that would specifically, support men rather than women.
What do you think that dude in the red shirt, red hat right here? You see, he just turned his camera and took a picture of her. He probably like, y'all do not believe this chick. What does that have to do with anything?
I can't believe Charlie's gone back and forth with her for this long.
I'm a little bit surprised as well. Okay. All right, let's keep it going.
Women, because women don't have that ability.
Support society. I don't think it was always about supporting.
Well, for example, like what about it? Like what I brought up, endometriosis, or like the seatbelt accident, like all this stuff is due because we tend to favor men in specific.
Well, so I just don't believe that. First of all, because research will go where the money is, and so if there was money in endometriosis research.
Not much, because men
that's
don't
why.
care.
So maybe it wasn't sexism. Maybe it was a monetary explanation.
Well, who has the money in a society?
Well, actually, women control more money than men in the country.
But women weren't able to have bank accounts until like less than 100 years ago. So they can't really build that generational wealth.
Do you think it's been a better thing with women's liberation the last 20, 30 years?
Yeah, I would.
Do you think that's interesting? Do you think women are happier in America today than they were 30 years ago?
Yeah.
Then why are they the most depressed group in the history of the species? Women are the most miserable they've ever been. Like, why is that?
I don't think that's because we're allowed to have money.
No,
now,
I'm asking the answer, but it's like more liberation, more college degrees, more birth control, less marriage.
I would
less
argue
kids.
otherwise. I don't know where you got that data.
No, everybody agrees that women are super miserable, as far as versus 30 years ago.
Well, it could be the fact that because women weren't able to go to a psychologist or like.
I'm sorry.
Or maybe it's because they're not doing the one thing that they want to do, which is to get married and have children.
Yeah, she's saying that. No, it's actually opposite. It's saying that women actually says women around the world report higher levels of life satisfaction than men, but at the same time report more daily stress.
Yeah.
So we're just held to
type in women antidepressant use 2024. It is the highest it has ever been.
But there's like more layers to it than that. It can't just be that. You have to look at why are women more likely to go and talk to a psychologist. There's the differences in that.
So, but I'm just curious. So, do you think women are generally happier in 2024 than they were in 1964?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
But I just had the question of how would you want to fix that? Just like
There's no problem to fix. Pure meritocracy.
no, I'm just saying like how do you bring people with diverse opinions?
Oh yeah, I mean like I don't care that much about. I care about excellence.
So like women, like you used to be
I
studying
don't
into
care
stuff
about
like
putting women in
endometriosis
STEM.
and
I
stuff
care
like
about being
that.
a strong.
No, I'm talking
and-
about like being able to like look into those type of things, like endometriosis, like all this stuff. How do we make that safer for other people without bringing people that care about it?
Not that important to me. I want the country we once had, which was the greatest country ever, where we put excellence and we put superior intellect above like sensitive racial politics. Not interesting to me.
Okay.
Because it was a bunch of white men that were like running the country, and all of a sudden we decided.
I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just
no,
saying
good.
that
Like, that's fine. I mean, but when we used to have a country that was based on merit, we were more successful, and we were a better run country, and we're objectively not now.
yeah.
We're a country
I'm just saying that in
we can't even
engineering, there's
protect
a
the
lot
president
of
from getting shot.
yeah, there's a lot of parts in engineering that because we don't have a diverse look of opinions, then we are putting them like we're putting certain people into more danger, like women in cars. That's like one example.
Okay, thank you.
That's okay.
All right.
All right, that was Sean, are you okay?
She was exhausting.
She was. I agree 100%. I don't think that she was a fair dealer. I mean, this was kind of just throw out as many different topics as possible type of scenario where she just kept throwing things out. And I don't think she really wanted an answer because I don't think there really was a problem that she was trying to fix.
Right.
Or I'm not saying that there's not, Charlie's beliefs on affirmative action should not be looked at and reevaluated. Not saying that. What I am saying, however, is I don't think she was trying to get those problems resolved. But
No.
what do you think?
No, I don't think she was. And I'm confused of why she was wearing a MAGA hat.
That was, yeah.
Totally throwing me off the entire time. I have a hard time understanding how somebody would not want the most qualified person in any position, no matter what it is.
Absolutely.
I don't understand that.
I don't get it.
I think that there's obviously more male like police officers and firefighters and stuff like that, but there are some women. But you still have to. I know specifically for firefighters, like you have to meet these specific physical requirements. Otherwise, you can't. If you can't physically do the job, you can't do the job, and they're not just going to give it to you because they want diversity. Like you have to be able to carry people and meet all of these other requirements because that's what the job requires of you.
Yeah.
Like
and I think
I don't know why that's a problem.
And I think it's funny that you mentioned, firefighters, because there are certain jobs that require there's a physical strain,
right.
There's a physical requirement that has to be met.
Right.
And I think we've embraced entirely too many Mary Sue's is what they're called in the movie industry, where this woman can do just about anything. Right. You have a 120-pound woman that's beating 300-pound men left and right and center, throwing them around like rag dolls. And they believe that that's actual reality. That's not reality.
Right.
And no, there are certain things that women can't do against the man. Even like, I don't think this was it when she was talking about men. Oh, she did. She said women that play football. Like, you show me a female linebacker. I'll wait.
Right.
We're
football
talking
where?
kickers.
They play football where?
Well, there's that too. But we're talking about kickers at best. Yeah.
If you have a loved one that dies in a house fire because there's a female, and I'm not against, but I can't carry a man out of a house. I just can't.
Right.
So if you have and it's like, well, yeah.
But we're diverse.
We wanted diversity on the. It's like that's.
And that would be my. And I know that you have to get ready to go. So I do want to say thank you so much to Shauna.
Thank you for having me.
Sarcastic Liberty for hanging out with us. I'm sorry, somebody. I see somebody's trying to be funny. I'm gonna bring that in a second. I want to say thank you so much for hanging out with me. I appreciate you. If you ever want to again, you are welcome.
Anytime.
This will be what we'll be doing moving forward for some time. We'll be looking at some of his debates, whether we go back, the great debates at 24, maybe 23, whatever, some Q&A, some lectures. We'll be looking at some of those things and just having some good dialogue. So you are always welcome.
Anytime. They are superhuman physically.
They really are. We're going to talk about that. It's like, we're going to talk about that. I'm going to rant for 10 minutes about that.
But can they carry a man?
Well, I guess so.
Probably not.
Probably
right.
not.
Well, thank you so
Shauna,
much.
thank
Talk
you
to
so
you
much for
later.
following through. We appreciate you. Tell your family hello, and we appreciate you.
Have a good night.
Grace and peace.
Bye, guys.
Take care, friend. All right, that was Shauna from Sarcastic Liberty. Thank you all so much for being so gracious to her. And yes, you're right. Come on, Jason. You mean Halle Berry and Angelina Jolie are not superhumans? Come on, man. Stop it. Just stop it. Thank you, Amethyst. What she say here? That's why men do parallel bars and women do uneven bars. Really? I didn't notice that. I'm not big on gymnastics. I don't get it. His power is in his torso. Hers is in her hips, pelvic area. Really? Well, there we go. I didn't know that. Shout out. And thank you for the 5. I appreciate you. Hey, real quick, I got a shout out to Megan Lewis. This is a brand new member. Shout out to her. Shout out to Mike, blessing 10 people with memberships. Y'all make sure you tell Mike, thank you so much. Mike, thank you very much, man. That's great. And of course, Greg earlier, no question, no comment, just pure love of the game. Thank you, sir, for supporting the channel. I appreciate that. And then SC back up in the building. We appreciate you, brand new. Well, actually, he's a remember. I saw you said a remember. That's hilarious. You said you had to get back. So welcome back. We appreciate you, friend. Okay. And just in case you're wondering, we are not going to be diving into Candace content that much anymore. I don't think that it's actually, in my opinion, I think Candace content is retarded. There you go. I'll use the hard R, the whole 9. So we'll bring it up every now and then if it's important, if something really meaningful happens, like she repents and turns from her wicked ways, maybe so. But besides that, though, we're not going to do that. And I said, hey, why don't we actually look at what Charlie was doing when he was there at these college campuses? I thought that would be beneficial, more beneficial to us than sitting around watching Candace. Why? We disagree with her. Why don't we watch somebody that we generally agree with? How about that? So shout out to Shauna, who came through earlier. She was my guest. We were just looking at and taking apart some of these Charlie Q&As. I got a few more minutes left on this one. So I'm going to let this one ride. I'm not going to keep interrupting. And I thought that this would be beneficial. So I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. Green Hearts, if you like the idea of us, going through and looking at some Charlie content or whatnot like that, maybe we'll do some sermons, maybe we'll do some other things like that. But some other content, I just want to make sure it's something that you all benefit from. I don't want to do things that I like. I don't want to do things that I find valuable, but you yourselves as an audience don't rock with. So let's do that real quick. Let me know, Green Hearts in the chat if you like it. Let me bring this back in and let's go.
Hi. About that. Well, first question, why can't marriage be allowed with 2 men or 2 women? That question got me.
Yeah. So, I mean, allowed and what it is are 2 different things. So again, just strictly from what marriage has always been is the idea of 2 separate parts coming in a union to be able to have, hopefully, a lifelong partnership to raise kids, adopt kids, or have kids, and to become better versions of themselves. It is the attraction of opposites. And so if you want to redefine marriage, that's fine. That's your contention. But I take a classical view of marriage.
Okay, I've got to push on Charlie here. We did not make up marriage. That's the thing. God himself made up marriage. So we can't redefine, just like we can't redefine gravity. We can't redefine anything else because this is how God made it. So if you want to say 2 guys living together, doing whatever, if you want to give them that, you do that. But it's not marriage by default. And this is, again, one of those areas where I feel like Charlie, again, I'm not y'all know I'm here. I'm rocking with Charlie Kirk. 98.3% of the time I'm rocking with him. But one of these problems I feel like Charlie Kirk did not bring to bear is that the scriptures actually say what the purpose of marriage is. The purpose of marriage is a visual representation of Christ's relationship to the church. So we can't redefine that. That's why he says, husbands, love your wives as Christ loved the church. Wives, submit to your husbands as unto the Lord. So those are things that come from, that's why we can't redefine those. So that would be my only pushback, if you will. I think in other places, I know he's talked about it, but I think he should just point out like, hey, this is not something that man has made up. The book actually gives us the definition. Therefore, that's how we rock. But that's it. And again, I'm just trying to find something to disagree with.
Based on like, what is that based on? What the Bible?
The natural law.
Is that the Bible?
Well, natural law is separate than the Bible, but it's harmonious.
See, it's not natural law. It is Bible. Now she's trying to go somewhere. I haven't watched this, so I know where she's trying to go to. I know exactly what she's going to do. I know exactly what she's going to do. She's going to bring up the outliers in the Bible. That's what she's trying to get him to do. And maybe that's why he didn't bring up the Bible. Maybe that's it. So, okay, let's see. Don't stop him
with the Bible. That's correct.
Okay.
Because what would you say? What is the purpose of marriage?
Marriage is like, I love you, you love me. Let's
Got it. So
let's get together.
Can a 25-year-old marry an 8-year-old?
No,
Why?
because that 8-year-old is not ready. Like they
Got it. So at
are
some
not
point,
adults.
so then let's build out your definition more then.
Mhm.
Love each other, but also what? What is the purpose? What is the destination of marriage?
We are two adults. We love
Got
each
it.
other.
Fair enough. Okay, we love each other. End of story.
Well, let's give me another thing and maybe I'll add to
Okay,
it.
but is that it? Is it about union, partnership, friendship?
I think it's just like, let's get our taxes good. Like, let's just get married. Like, I don't think there needs to be some big crazy reason.
I'm not attacking you. I think marriage is holy. And by holy, I don't just mean in a religious sense. Holy means separate, meaning it should be elevated. It should be celebrated. It's something that is so above the rest. And you just think it's like a tax advantage. And it's fine, because actually most Americans agree with you.
Yeah.
I think marriage is something where we should drop everything, like, wow, two separate parts have just made a lifelong covenant with one another to learn about the other and to grow with each other, and it's difficult. And I think that we've lost that.
I mean, I'm Jewish, and like in Judaism, there's the when you get married, the religious marriage, and then there's the government marriage. Like you have to get married twice, basically. So I think what you're talking about is probably the religious marriage, like with a priest. I'm talking about governmental marriage.
I'm even talking about government. I'm just saying traditionally our governmental marriage, again, I'm in the vast minority of opinion in the country, this has been the classical view that it's a man and a woman coming together in something sacred and something holy or elevated. Again, that's not...
I would say that's just a Christian marriage.
It's not necessarily Christian. In Judaism, in traditional rabbinical Judaism, Orthodox, homosexual marriage is not recognized.
And there are atheists who get married. I mean, I don't understand. Y'all know that I'm a deacon, and part of the responsibilities of a deacon is we give approval to use our church. And we've had people who are not Christians who want to use our church to have a wedding. And they want the traditional wedding setup. And it's a man and a woman. Like, what are you talking about? I don't get where she's getting this from.
That is true.
So it's not Christian. In Islam, homosexual marriage is not recognized.
Okay.
So it's not just Christian.
Okay.
So it's Abrahamic.
Abrahamic.
All right, we agree.
Why do we care if there's no father? I grew up without a father. I feel like I'm doing fine. I'm doing great. I'm in college. Like, why are we so towards the father? Why does he need to be there so much?
So just try to answer my question for me. Do you think what kind of is there any time, and you're being very vulnerable, and I appreciate that, when you were growing up, and maybe not, where you said, I wish I had a dad around?
My mom says I did wish for that once at a wishing well. But
again, and I'm not trying to, if I were here, I don't know how I would answer. I'm getting 100 questions from college students, and I'm like a goldfish in a bowl. I can't say that I would answer all these questions so differently, but I would ask, like, what's the purpose? Because I would go back to my original question, my answer to the question about marriage. It's God's bringing a man and a woman together. There's a role that the man plays in the marriage. There's a role that the woman plays in the marriage. And then later on, they'll play in the actual upbringing of children. So if you don't have a man there, you are going to be off balance to some degree, shape, or form. You can't tell me that having a loving husband, a loving wife, married together, committed to one another, there's no value than just having a mom or just having a dad. You can't tell me that. You just can't. So I really wish he could bring it back to that, but let's go.
My mom was great. She
No, of
supported
course, your mom's
me,
a hero,
provided
for sure.
me.
No, I'm not. It's not a knock on single moms.
Right.
But was there ever a time maybe where a more masculine figure would have been helpful?
I can't really, not off the top of my head. Like,
Okay.
what? Can you give me an example of when a masculine figure would be helpful
when
in my life?
a boyfriend might have broke up with you and you didn't want to talk to your mom because she just didn't get it, and you wanted a strong, stable man to say you're beautiful.
I think, I mean, I have.
I don't think she's being honest. And I think this is a great question. Shelby said right here, was it easier or harder for your mom? And you all know I told the joke a couple weeks ago. My wife called me and said, hey, I got a flat tire at work. My car is here. And that's it. That's all she said. And then when she talked to me again, I was driving home in her car, bringing it back. And I left my car at her job so that tomorrow she would have me. And again, we worked it out. So I think pointing out to this young lady, like, hey, did you have that situation? Did your mom ever have the tough spot like that where she had a flat tire on the side of the road? She ran out of gas. Something went south and she needed your dad or needed a man to come and she didn't have it, didn't have him. Do you think that that was easier or worse for her? Yeah, like it. And again, I just think that we need to drive that point home. The value of dads in the home, committed in marriage to their wives, bringing up children. We need to make marriages normal again. Husband and wife marriage normal again.
No, if my father was like, you're beautiful, that'd be cool. But like, if my mom was also like, you're beautiful, I don't really see a difference between like my mom saying it and my father saying it.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's, I don't see the world that way, because there's being a father to a daughter, there's a very unique bond between a father and a daughter where you fall in love again, but not romantic love. You fall in a different type of Greek love, which is called storge, which is a father-daughter love, where you have such affection for this incredible being. And your task is to shepherd that vulnerable, innocent girl through life all the way up until the marriage aisle to kind of connect the two topics together, right?
Wow.
Where then you hand it off to another man because women are worthy of protection.
So you're saying like there has to be a man in the woman's life. The woman can't be like,
hey, I just want to tell you that I love you. I think you're amazing. And you're hilarious. I just want to tell you that. Okay. She laughed at me and walked away.
alone.
No, there are exceptions, but it is a beautiful ideal. And when that ideal falls apart, now let's talk about the technical side. In the Black community, when fathers are no longer around, crime goes up, poverty goes up, because you'll understand this less. And a man in the audience who grew up without a father will totally get this. If it's just a mom in the house, the dad should come in and discipline the 14-year-old for acting like a brat. The dad comes in and he says, stop doing this. You need to be able to outrank the 14-year-old brat with another masculine figure.
But don't you think that like there's a reason
Again,
that
I'm not disagreeing with Charlie, but I said these are because he says the ideal. No, it's not the ideal. It's what the design is. It's not just I have an ideal for my car. The manufacturer had a vision for the vehicle. I can't make it a boat. My ideal is to get the car to float on water. Well, that's silliness, Jason. I want it to drive upside down. That's dumb, Jason. It's not going to happen. The ideal can't usurp the vision of the designer, and that's the problem. Okay, let's go. This is a portion of Black people felt Charlie was racist every time he talks about issues in the community. Many people call him racist. Okay, let me hear what he's saying. Let me hear. Okay, let me back up a little smidgen. Thank you, Keisha. I actually was not paying attention like that, so let me back up a little bit. I might have went too far.
All the way up until the marriage aisle to kind of connect the two topics together, right?
Wow.
Where then you hand it off to another man because women are worthy of protection.
So you're saying like there has to be a man in the woman's life.
Not
the
has
woman
to,
can't be
not-
like alone.
No, there are exceptions, but it is a beautiful ideal. And when that ideal falls apart, now let's talk about the technical side. In the Black community, when fathers are no longer around, crime goes up, poverty goes up, because you'll understand this less. And a man in the audience who grew up without a father will totally get this. If it's just a mom in the house, the dad should come in and discipline the 14-year-old for acting like a brat. The dad comes in and he says, stop doing this. You need to be able to outrank the 14-year-old brat with another masculine figure.
But don't you think that like there's
Okay, so let me see right here. Okay, I think what he said, shout out to Keisha right here. And maybe I need to pay a little bit more attention, but maybe we'll find him actually speaking with a Black person. What he said wasn't a lie, though. What he said was not a lie at all. I think one of the problems that we have is that we love to scapegoat somebody, and rather than go ahead and deal with the issue at hand. Charlie Kirk was a racist, but what he said was right. We have entirely too many Black boys raised by Black women. They're raised without a father. That's just it. You can't tell me that the society is better, and the only reason things are bad is because a racist, quote unquote, said it. Like, I'm sorry, you help me understand that. The problem is too many of them are born outside of wedlock. That's it. We can't beat those charges. Okay, let's go.
There's a reason that a lot of the Black community doesn't have a father, and it's because of systemic racism. It's
there we go. I knew it.
Like
we're always putting these things outside of ourselves. Those are choices that they made. My sister has 4 children, and none of them have the same dad. And there's nothing to do with systemic anything. She made horrible choices. Terrible choices. That has nothing to do with anything systemic except her systemic bad decision making. That's it. End of the day. Now, by God's grace, many of her children are doing pretty well, all things being considered. But it's in spite of. But again, none of that has to do with racism. So is there systemic racism that I'm married to my wife and my kids are both our children? And these are the only children that we have? Is that systemic something? Where's the systemic in that? Is the systemic making better decisions? That's it. And for the highly melanated crew, we just keep making excuses for not making good decisions. That's it. We don't want to just admit we make bad decisions. We made bad decisions. We shouldn't have done this. This should not have been the case, but we allowed it to be the case, and we allowed it to become the norm, and there we go. Like, where's the systemic in that? It's always when systemic racism only enters the chat when it can be used as a excuse for bad decision making. It's never systemic racism that caused me to work a good job. It's never systemic racism that caused me to make sure my yard is nice and manicured up front. It's never that. It's always systemic racism when I go out and get a speeding ticket because I'm doing 100 and a 35. It's always systemic racism when I make bad decisions, but never the other way around. Systemic racism only seems to enter the chat when I need a good excuse. But hey, just seems something interesting.
Men are more likely to be in prison.
Oh yeah, so why do people go to prison?
For like a lot of the time, it's because they're in poverty and they have no other way to get.
Okay,
so only poor people go to jail. Like she was not, ma'am. Please go have a seat. So now poor people are criminals. Okay.
Commit crimes
Because
Yeah, but so wait. So wait.
Why do they?
So wait, if you're
commit crimes?
So in poverty, we should give excuses for committing crimes.
Yes, because if they have no
like murder.
I did not say murder. I'm saying like if someone is stealing something because they have no money and there's no job.
That's so interesting. So you think most crimes are crimes of necessity in the Black community?
I'm not saying most.
So like gangbanging is like a crime of necessity?
That I literally never said that. I'm saying
but you're making an argument of crimes of necessity. Like they're so hungry they can't handle it.
I'm talking about like crime that has to do with like getting food, getting stuff that you need to live.
Right, but
who's doing that? This woman is funny because she's showing her abject racism and belief that black people steal. Like, this is crazy work. This is some crazy work right here. Girl, go have a seat. Let's go.
Have food stamps for anyone that needs it. So that doesn't exist. We have subsidized housing for anyone that needs it. So that doesn't exist. We have free healthcare for any poor person that wants it, called Medicaid. That doesn't exist. We also have welfare, cash for anyone that wants it. So that doesn't exist. So what is it they're missing that they need to go? Sorry about that.
Well, the food, like a lot of food stamps might not cover all of what they need. And also housing is like, there's not unlimited housing. A lot of people who are unhoused have to like go to shelters, and then they get kicked out of shelters because there's a mandatory stay limit. So it's not like you just get a house.
It's not a stuff thing though, right? It's like, if you need stuff, there's also tons of charities out there that can provide assistance. Churches, you will not go hungry in this country. You will not starve in this country.
Yes, you will. There's like,
no, we have an obesity problem.
Street?
We have an obesity problem, not a starvation problem in this country.
What are you talking about?
In State Street, if anyone...
There's not one person in this group. Now, I know they're on college campus, but there's not one person in this group that looks underfed. I'm sorry. I think he's right on the money. And she's just making, this is a very bad look for her.
Those people went to the local Episcopalian church or Methodist church, they will get fed. I guarantee it. If they go to a local food shelter, they will get fed.
Okay, but I'm talking, housing.
For housing. If we have Section 8 subsidized housing in this country, right? If you want to have a roof over your head, you can have a roof over your head.
With like thousands of rules, and you can't do
it. Yes, of course. Yes. I mean, it's not ideal, but the point is this. So let's just go back to the crime and necessity, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why do people commit crimes?
I'm not saying why all people commit crimes. I'm saying there are people who commit crimes because they have no other choice.
Got it. So why is it that other people that are as poor as they are in separate racial groups don't commit crimes at the same rates? For example, blacks are 13% of the population and they commit over 50% of the crimes. Why is that?
Black people, I would say, not blacks.
Okay,
but...
it's not. I could say white, so you wouldn't care.
So anyway,
hold on. Right? I can say Hispanics, you wouldn't care. So don't police my language.
But whatever. I'm not policing your language. I'm just saying I would say black
Fair
people.
enough. But the insinuation is that I'm being racist. But that's fine.
Okay, that's your opinion.
Yeah, but so black Americans are 13% of the population and commit anywhere between 50 to 56% of murders, crimes, carjackings. Why is that?
Well, what percentage of the white population is living in the same level of poverty?
Got it. So there's twice as.
So now she's saying every black person lives in poverty. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Just stop. Answer the man's question. Why does every black person have to be in poverty? That's the part. That's where she just literally jumped over that, hopscotched right over that.
Many white Americans in poverty as black Americans. Not the same percentage, but still, if you look at white Americans in poverty, they commit far less crimes than black Americans in poverty. Why is that?
Maybe it's because when you're in a store, like they follow black people and they don't follow white people.
What about murder?
Rural?
No, but why is it that, like, just saying murder, why is it that black people commit so many more murders? Like, that's not, you're being followed in a store and you commit more murders?
Yeah.
You're making the rule, or I'll get to you in a sec, but it's not, it's not a good argument. But let me just go back to one thing you said. Systemic racism, right? So the idea of systemic is that it's within our laws.
Mm-hmm.
There are some black Americans here listening. What can you as a white American do that the black American cannot do?
Let's see. I could go into a store and not get followed. The police, I
go to stores all the time and I've never been followed. And matter of fact, I'm extra because I take my own grocery bag. I take my own grocery bag into the store, and there's certain grocery stores I go to, and they all know me because I have this red grocery bag. It looks like a picnic basket, and I put stuff in there all the time. I just put stuff in there and walk around the store, putting stuff in there, and nobody's ever followed me. Never. And you know why? Because I don't be stealing. And they know me. Jason come in here, put stuff in his little bag, his little basket, and he's going to take everything out the little basket and ring it up. If I go to the self-checker, he's going to put everything on the belt. He's going to ring it up. I don't be stealing. So I don't care. I walk in there, I put stuff in my bag, and I just do my thing. So this is a very bad, but this is showing this woman doesn't, rather than actually engage with people of different ethnicities, she's taking her talking points from somewhere else that's telling her this, that black folk get followed in the grocery store. No, we don't. I go to Sprouts, I go to Whole Foods, go to Kroger. Sometimes I go to Publix. I don't go to Publix that much. My kid goes to Publix, and we don't get followed because we don't be stealing. It's really that easy. And this is just bad logic. But shout out to her for sure. Appreciate you trying. Thank you for trying.
Police could not track me down on, like, when I'm driving. I'm less likely to get shot and killed.
That's retarded. I'm sorry. That's retarded. I live in Cobb County. You're not gonna find any other police that are more strict than Cobb County police. you're gonna have to go somewhere high and far to find police that are more strict than Cobb County police. And I've probably been pulled over I've lived in this area for 20 years, 25 years. I'm going to go on a limb and probably say maybe 4 times. Maybe 4 times. And I'm sorry, ma'am, you're just talking. You're just yapping. You don't even make sense. No, you don't know any black person that's been shot. She said shot and killed by the police. Not just pulled over, not just arrested. I've never been arrested, by God's grace. I have been pulled over and I have gotten speeding tickets because, I told y'all, we be driving fast here, right? But never. Like, ma'am, you're just saying that. You're just saying words that you've been told. You've not evaluated this. Like I said earlier, a lot of these ideas that these people have never been tested, battle tested, never been tried out there in the real world to see if they actually work. She's never talked to a black person who's told her this stuff in real time. I'm sorry, it's just not going to happen. You've seen somebody, a talking head, that said it, and that's what it is, but you've never had, no black person has told her this stuff. Let's go.
While I'm driving, there's a lot of things that I can do.
Okay, so just be clear. So if you walk into a local CVS here, how would you guys be treated differently?
Well, they would probably say hello, and they would probably just walk, let me in and not follow me. And then
so these are a lot of probablys. I don't believe you, but I'm talking about laws, right? So
this is again, she's just, somebody's told her this and she believes it. That they'll say hello and they won't follow her. They'll literally follow you around the store. CVS got them big mirrors all the way around the store. They can see you from the back of the store all the way in the front. They can see you from the parking lot. They don't have to follow you around. Like, what are you talking about? Poor baby. This is so embarrassing.
What in the legal code of America can you as a white individual do that the black individual can't? Because systemic means it's in our code, right? It's for example, like Jim Crow, totally get it. That's systemic racism. What is systemically your advantage?
Maybe housing codes, because I know redlining isn't a thing anymore, but there is isn't there people who are white are more likely to be given loans because of they have less
what is the code?
I don't know. That's just the it's.
And Charlie, I gotta give Charlie credit here. Hold her down to what is the code that is doing what you're doing. Not saying Bank of America might not give you a loan, but Wells Fargo will, or something like that. We're not saying that. What is the code that says white people get the loan, black folk don't get the loan? That's what he's saying, and I want to see what she says.
Back from redlining, it's a lot of the same stuff.
So, I don't buy into any of that. So I just kind of go.
You don't buy into redlining, or you don't buy into
redlining. I don't buy any of that stuff that have to say. In fact, it's the opposite. Loans are now given favorably to black Americans in certain cities over white Americans.
Okay, but you think redlining?
I believe in. I know redlining existed. I don't debate that. Of course it is. But because of DEI and because of affirmative action, there's actually a preference given. But so let's go back to fathers, right?
Okay, let's go back to fathers.
So something happened to black America since 1965. So in 1965, so
you mean the war on drugs?
Right. Well, so if that's your contention, that's fine. So in order to go to jail for the war on drugs, you have to be dealing drugs, right? Or you have to be caught with drugs. So if you don't
which is one of the main jobs that you can have in a poverty stricken, if there's no job.
Every black person, this poor baby, I hope she goes back and looks at this. She's saying that every black person lives in poverty. That's what she's saying. So to the people that say that Charlie Kirk was a racist, what about this young lady right here? He's actually defending black people, and this woman is saying that every black person the only job they can do is sell drugs. Selling drugs is the only job. That's the only job that Daddy Dear Woke Christian could have. But my dad didn't sell drugs. My brother didn't sell drugs. I didn't sell drugs. My mama didn't sell drugs either. Like, what are we doing here? This is some wild work, man. And I think and I'm glad that we watched this. I'm glad. We'll be doing a lot more of these, because for you to tell me that Charlie was racist, what about this young lady right here? He's literally defending us.
It's like you're going to do drugs. I mean, you're going to trade drugs because that's the only option
It's such a difference in worldview. You're making excuses for criminals.
Yeah.
And what an insult to poor immigrants that came to this country that didn't commit crimes and worked 2 or 3 jobs and worked themselves out of poverty and didn't decide to go deal coke.
Well, my father is a white immigrant from Poland, and he committed crimes, and he's fine now. So
did he go to jail?
Yeah, he did.
What does that matter? Every black person didn't sell drugs. Every Polish immigrant doesn't do crimes. What are we talking about here? This lady is wild.
I thought there was systemic racism. I thought that doesn't happen very much.
I never said white people don't go to jail. I said they go more, and you're saying that white immigrants are fine and they don't.
No,
I'm
that's
saying
far
that they
less.
do.
Actually, I'm glad he went to jail. He committed a crime. I think it's terrible.
Yeah.
So, but at the core of it, we have a difference in worldview, right? My worldview is I'm not sympathetic to people that steal, that loot, and murder, because that's a values problem, and I don't like making excuses for people that do things that are obviously destructive. Secondly, we have a problem in Black America. The biggest problem is not racism. It's the lack of dads. If dads are around, kids flourish. And you know who agreed with me? Barack Obama.
I agree with him. But I think even more than that, I would not call in Barack Obama to testify, because I think he's not a good example. I would just say the scriptures support my viewpoint. My worldview, as he said, we have a worldview problem. My worldview is informed by the scriptures. What is informing your worldview? I've said this before, and I really think that we might need to come back to it and talk about it again, is that religion, faith, God is the fountainhead of your worldview, and culture and all this other stuff. So all that other stuff comes from where you believe who's God. When you answer who is God, we can get your worldview and your culture and the politics and all that stuff. We can have all the fun time we can parsing through that, because we'll always be able to go back to your answer of who is God. And so I think we need to bring that back. I don't need Obama. I don't need Obama to tell me that fathers are key and integral to family. God said it, and Obama's not God. So I don't need Obama to amen. Now, if he can agree with the scriptures, that's fine. But I got the scriptures. I don't need him. I'm good.
Barack Obama used to make this a central piece of his campaign. He came to this campus back in 2012, drew like 100,000 person crowd, and talked about how we need to rebuild the black family and put dads back. Why doesn't the Democrat Party talk about that anymore?
I'm fine with having fathers. I'm not against having black dads.
For sure. I'm saying, but don't we agree? Has anyone heard that mentioned on the national scale in the last 10 years? Yeah, I mean, we've heard about
Probably
like,
not.
yeah, and
Because there's bigger issues.
No, there isn't. See, that's the issue, is that this is what makes us different. As a conservative, I focus on, if you have family breakdown, don't worry about climate change. Don't worry about systemic racism. All that stuff is like these crazy abstractions.
Well, you can create family problems. Systemic racism creates family problems.
No, it doesn't. No, it's who is God? Who is God? I know I'm oversimplifying it, and please make sure you email management, jwitt@jwitt.com. But the simple answer is we have systemic racism because we don't know who God is. That's it. It really is that easy. We believe in man-made climate change because we don't know who God is. It's really that easy. Robbing and stealing and drug dealing because we don't know who God is. That's it. We're not going to be able to beat those charges. And I like how you said it. We are going to give an account. You're not going to be able to beat those charges and be like, well, God, the reason why is because of systemic, whatever. No, ma'am. No, sir. You're not going to beat those charges. You're not going to be able to blame the system. When you stand before the judge, you're not. So therein is the problem. Okay. All right.
You take away Black people from their families, then they're going to have broken families.
Okay, so, but that's interesting. How are
you take away Black people? Hold on, wait. How are you taking away Black folk from their families? How do they take away Black folk? Hold on.
Problems. Systemic racism creates family problems. If you take away Black people from their families, then they're going to have broken families.
Okay, so, but
what's making Ray not marry Shaniqua and stay together? What is systemic racism keeping somebody from making decisions? It's a value, and my values are downstream from my religion, and my religion is who is God. Yeah, I don't know what she's talking about.
It's interesting. How are you taking them away? Aren't they leaving? They're not staying with the women they're impregnating. So, for example, there 13% of the population is Black. Not every single person ends up in jail, obviously.
Clearly.
And yet there's huge child abandonment.
Facts.
Because there's a cultural expectation that is different in Black America than in white America, which is it's okay to impregnate a woman and abandon her in Black America. It's not
based on what? What is that based on?
That's a good question. Where does it come from?
Because I don't know who God is. Because I hate God. That's it. That's the reason. I hate God. And now I'm just doing whatever the devil I want to do. And y'all see it in 4K that I'm doing whatever the devil I want to do. That's it. Oh, what are we missing? What are you missing, little Sarah? Tell me what you're missing, baby.
Based on...
No, I'm saying, what is that, like, your view of Black America?
Well, it's not a view. It's true. I mean, don't take my word for it. Look at Thomas Sowell and Shelby Steele that have done amazing analysis on this. It's that in Black culture, that is not considered to be a stigma. In white upper middle class culture, for those of you that grew up in Waukesha or Libertyville or grew up in Hinsdale or grew up in Naperville, you guys all know those neighborhoods. If you impregnate a woman, and you just like abandon her, that's frowned upon. That is a social stigma in upper middle class white culture.
And it's not in Black culture?
No, it's not.
In fact, it's glorified by the rap culture.
I mean, she knows this is true. She knows that's true. I'm sorry I'm sorry. That is a very true statement. I'm sorry. There's no way that you're going to beat those charges. Yeah, Vince does a great job of breaking it down. And I wonder would she listen to a Black man saying that? Or would she argue with a Black man? Because, I mean, Charlie Kirk is, defending, and I'm interested in hearing people that say that, Charlie Kirk was a racist. He's actually defending Black culture. He's defending my marriage, my family. Like, come on. Talk about using your white privilege to do something. Come on. Y'all people are tiring. This woman is exhausted.
It is.
I think yes. Rap culture is showing what happened. I don't think it's.
Do you think that the songs that are the most popular in Black America are uplifting Black America to be better versions of themselves?
I think the most popular,
like Nicki Minaj, Cardi B. Do you think that they're like empowering people to be great?
Well, I do think Cardi B and Nicki Minaj are empowering, but when you talk about like
wow,
Black, like let's go like Kendrick or whatever, like. They're talking about their life experiences and they're saying, this is what happened to me. And people relate to that because that's also what happened to them. It's not saying this is the greatest thing in the entire world.
I think, okay, I respected Charlie Kirk. I do think he should not have brought rap culture in because that's a whole nother bear, a whole nother beast. I think he should have stayed right there with fathers. Like, how is the world better without dads in the equation? And just stayed there. He could have gone around different nationality groups, but how is the world better apart with broken homes? If the perfect design was a man and a woman sticking together, having little people, raising said little people to do the same wash, rinse, and repeat, how is the world better when you have broken homes without a man helping to raise their children? Like, I'm sorry. There's no other way around that. These people are exhausting.
Does it lift up the audience to become better?
I think so. Because it's like
How?
Because it's saying we all relate to this. We can all like this is our story. This is we can be like better than this.
How?
Even though it's like I mean, there's better, there's not better. It depends on what your worldview is. But I think that rap.
I'm going to wear her out with worldview. What is informing your worldview? She says she's Jewish. So does your Judaism inform your worldview at all? She's going to have to answer those questions. And I know Charlie was good at allowing these people to talk, which is fine. I got no problem with that. My problem is she doesn't realize that her worldview has no anchoring. It has no mooring in reality. Because I don't think she's ever answered the question, who is God?
Is good because it can like.
No, I'm not saying it's bad or good. I'm saying like just the essence, the core, the ethos is not exactly about like quitting drinking, quitting drugs, and getting married and having children.
No, it's about what you have done, not about like.
No, but just like to be clear, like in Black rap culture, is it generally glorified to go sleep with a lot of women?
I mean, that's your view of it.
I'm asking a question. Is it in Black rap culture? Yes or no, guys, in Black rap culture?
Is glorify women?
To be able to sleep with a lot of women.
I mean, I think that's one aspect. Yeah.
Okay, so let's just take that aspect.
Because it's a luxury that people can do. And like, it's one of the things that people can do and everyone can relate to.
That poor girl right next to her looked at her and said, a luxury? This girl right here next to her with the red bracelet on, like, a luxury? What are you talking about?
A lot of people can relate
Shouldn't
to.
ideally your culture try to elevate and try to challenge the individual to virtue and goodness, not try to bring them down to the lowest parts of their...
I'm not saying that they are bringing them down. I'm saying that this is what they are doing and they are sharing their experiences. They're not saying this is the best thing in the entire world. They're saying this is what I have been through.
Like sleeping with a lot of women.
Yeah.
Or like gang violence and, you know...
I mean, if that's what, like, a lot of people have been through gang violence because that's what's happening in their neighborhoods. They feel like that's the only option. And you might know that that's not the only option. But when you are living in that neighborhood and you don't see any jobs.
It's funny because the biggest consumer of Black rap, if you will, the biggest consumer are white teenagers in middle-class homes. So I'm sorry. And again, she is taking this weird narrative that every person that's Black lives in some form of poverty, which is crazy work. Like that's some bonkers work. That's what I'm saying. Like this thought process has never been tried in the marketplace. It's never been tried out in the marketplace where it can get pushed back on. And no, like this is just garbage. And I mean, and the funny thing is they all say that Charlie Kirk is a racist, while this young lady is literally saying that we have no choice but to rob and steal because we don't have food. We have no choice but to kill and murder because we don't have housing. That's crazy work. So I don't know how Charlie Kirk is the racist when he's saying that Black culture and Black people can do better when they make better choices and decisions. But this woman's saying that they are slaves to they're beholden to their circumstances and they can't help it. And they just got to rob and steal and kill and murder and do all that stuff. Okay. All right. Charlie Kirk was a racist. I got you. Not a problem.
This is how your family was raising you. What other option do you have? And once you're in it, it's really hard to get out.
So got it. You talk about systemic racism.
Hold on. What is she saying?
How your family was, what's happening in their neighborhoods. They feel like that's the only option. And you might know that that's not the only option. But when you are living in that neighborhood and you don't see any jobs, this is how your family was raising you. What other option do you have? And once you're in it, it's really hard to get out.
So got it. You talk about systemic racism and that being a major driver of, Black America's failure to launch, if you will. We subsidize single motherhood in this country. So if you stay single as a single mother, you get money from the federal government and it's basically subsidized, if you will.
Sure.
Can we at least agree that if the nuclear family in Black America was stronger and tighter knit, that would be a good thing?
In a lot of cases, yeah.
So let me make sure I got this right, because y'all got to help me out here. The man in the black shirt, he is a racist, right? And he just said, if Jason stays married to Lady Dear World Christian and raises president firstborn and chief executive secondborn, that's a better thing for their family. That's a racist that's saying that. And the woman over here almost swallowed her tongue to agree with him. And she's the one that's supposed to be in the right. Okay. I just want to make sure I had it right. I just want to make sure.
I think if they're like, if the father's abusive, I would not want him there. So I think it really depends on like.
James wasn't abusive. Not every black father is abusive. So is she trying to say that every black dad is abusive? Hey, am I abusive? Hey, am I abusive? I'm asking, am I abusive, you person? Are you sure? I'm gonna come and abuse you to make you answer me. Okay. Chief Executive Secondborn said I'm not abusive. You better have said that. Chief Executive Secondborn said I wasn't abusive. So why is the non-racist woman, allegedly non-racist woman, trying to say that all black dads are abusive? Yo, hold on.
Depends on like what family you're talking about. I don't think you can generalize.
What percentage of fathers do you think are abusive?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I missed them here.
As a single mother, you get money from the federal government, and it's basically subsidized, if you will.
Sure.
Can we at least agree that if the nuclear family in Black America was stronger and tighter knit, that would be a good thing?
Amen.
In a lot of cases, yeah. I think if they're like, if the father's abusive, I would not want him there. So I think it really depends on like what family you're talking about. I don't think you can generalize.
What percentage of fathers do you think are abusive?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I would say it's probably small, right?
Not like, I don't know. I have no idea. I have not done research on what.
And why would you even bring abusive up? Like, see, if you don't know that, why would you bring abusive up? Like, why don't you say like, oh, like dads are caring and loving? Hold on, let me ask. Am I caring and loving? Okay, good. You better have said that. And do I have a nice shiny head? Got you. All right. You better have said that. Okay. Why does this woman, if you don't know the abuse information, why would you bring that up? Why was that the first thing on your mind even? Well, maybe if they're all abusive, you don't want them to be there. Why would you even bring that up? I wouldn't have thought of that. That would not have been something I even thought of. Like, this is wild work. This is wild work. Okay. Let's keep this going. I'm going to get done. I promise y'all. I promise y'all. We going to shout out to Charlie.
I don't know
percentage of fathers
but generally abusive. It's good when mom and dad stays around and is raising the kid.
I would say if they are both healthy parents and they are both ready to have a child, it's great.
Nope. Because guess what? My great-grandfather was not necessarily healthy. Nope. He stayed married to my great-grandmother, and guess what? They produced my grandparents, who produced my mom and dad, who produced my bean head. Guess what? You don't have to be healthy. You know, all these little standards that you're adding to it, Sarah, go sit your butt down somewhere and be quiet. You're just adding some complexity to it. If they're healthy people and they're ready to have children. Nope. Because some of these people in the chat, your great-grandmom or your grandmother had 18, 19 kids. Leave me alone with the doggone, and they were fine. So why was your great-grandmother with less resources, less opportunities, and good gracious dial-up internet able to have 18 kids, but you over here arguing with Charlie Kirk about whether or not black men are abusive, and all of them don't got jobs, and they out here robbing and stealing because they got to feed their families. Oh, and the drug dealers. Man, please go have a seat. Like, go have all the seats in the stadium at whatever college you're at. Go have a seat. All of them. Just sit.
My father, not ready to have a child, do not want him around me.
Just one last question on role models. Let's say there's, a black kid right now. Would you rather have that black kid have a role model be Kendrick Lamar or Clarence Thomas?
Kendrick, obviously.
Oh my gosh.
So not the black American on the United States Supreme Court.
No, he's trying to ban interracial marriage. He's trying to do all.
Wow. No, he's in.
Hold on. Okay, stop.
Interracial marriage.
He literally
he's married to a white woman.
Yeah, I know the Roe v. Wade thing. goes against.
He's trying to ban his own marriage?
Yes.
I thought I've
I'm
heard
sorry to break it
everything.
to you.
So we agree that there should be better role models, maybe?
When have I ever said that there should not be?
Am I a
I'm
good role
agreeing with
model?
you that there should be fathers if they
No, no.
are.
I'm not your role model, but I can't be like a good example. Yeah, why not? Why would she not go? Does she not want to go with us? You tell her, tell her abusive black father says she's not coming. I know you're taking a video of me, so stop. I knew it. I know what you're up to. Get out of here. I love you. Leave me alone. I'm gonna make you come give me a kiss on my cheek. Give me a kiss. Abusive black dads in the chat. Abusive black dads in the chat. Hold on, let me see. Black dads abusing kids in the chat. Anyway, let's keep this going. Let's finish up. Shout out to Charlie Kirk.
I know,
Right
it's
for
fine.
that thing. We're agreeing. I
And
think.
last question, you're voting for Kamala, I'm guessing?
How can you tell? Yeah.
Okay, what's her
Obviously.
greatest accomplishment?
Probably capping capping the insulin at $35.
She did that. Yeah. What else?
I mean, you said her greatest. I'm just saying, like, that's the thing that goes off the top of my mind is like, didn't you like big pharma? I'm sure you're anti-big pharma.
Oh yeah, I mean that's why all the pharmaceutical companies are donating to her. That's right. So, okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Enjoy voting for Kamala. Yes. Hello.
Okay, I'm sorry, and y'all gonna have to help me out over here because Charlie Kirk. I've been told that Charlie Kirk is right. Yeah. Who would you rather have? Would you rather have Kendrick Lamar or me as your role model? I'm sorry. I just think that's just a wild question, and for her to be like Kendrick Lamar because Claire Thomas is trying to ban interracial marriage. Ma'am, are you married? Are you in an interracial relationship? Like, what am I doing? What are you doing? Like, are you in an interracial relationship? Are you in a relationship, Sarah? Like, what are you doing? And then the fact that Clarence Thomas is in an interracial relationship. It's wild work. That's some wild work. Wait, Jackie Hill. I don't keep up with Jackie anymore. I don't keep up with Jackie or her husband. I think they've jumped the shark, in my opinion. But that's just me. Shout out for sure. All right, if you're wondering, we're just watching instead of checking out Candace. Let me big screen that again. Instead of watching Candace retarded videos, I've kind of maxed out on retardation. So I said, hey, why don't we actually watch what Charlie was actually doing, and let's get a vibe for what he is, because of course he's mean, he's evil, he's this, he's that, and I've seen some very conflicting things today related to Mr. Kirk that I think have been very beneficial. So, who is Kendra? That's a great question. All right, let's bring this back in. Let's go.
How are you?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you doing? Good. My first question relates with Donald Trump's morals and characters. Morals and character. Excuses are often made for him, but that has not been the case for most presidents. And I'd like to discuss that with you. Donald Trump has continuously shown low morals and poor character. And I understand that you are a pretty strong evangelical Christian. Is that correct? And I don't think Donald Trump exemplifies strong Christianity. So I'd like to know what you think about that.
Okay, that's a great question. All right, in the chat. Oh, Jackie Hill Perry called Charlie Kirk. Jackie Hill Perry is a clown. I'll just say that. If that's what she said, she's a clown. My name is Jason, jwitt at jwitt.com. Okay, Donald Trump does not have high morals. What do y'all think about that? Donald Trump does not have high morals. I would love to hear what is your basis for making that claim. He doesn't have high morals. Okay, well, are we hiring a president because we want them to be moral, and you are correct. I feel like his morals definitely leave some things to be desired, but tell me what your standard is for that. I would love to hear this. I mean, I think this is interesting. So let's bring it back in. Let's go.
So, great question. So are you a Christian? I just want to know by what standard you're judging him.
I personally am not a Christian.
Okay.
So why do you care? So, okay. So the wheels on the bus are already off and we're going off the ravine. What is your standard for determining that Trump is not moral? If you yourself have no standard, what are you using as your basis? That's me again. Who is God? Everything else comes out from there.
It's interesting to me. Why do you then care
about
what Christians think of Trump if you yourself are not a Christian?
Well, I believe Christianity still does play a great role in this country.
Fair enough. No, I just want to know by what standard you're judging him. That's fine. So when we're selecting a leader, all of us are sinners. All of us have problems. His character flaws are definitely public for those that can see it. I will say, though, that he has a lot of virtues. Would you say he has any virtues?
What basis are you saying? What virtues do you think?
Courage.
Possesses?
Okay, this is interesting. I wonder if he just didn't know what virtues are, rather than say yes or no, maybe so. Because most of the time, when somebody knows an answer to a question, they'll give the solid answer and then go from there. So I wanted to see even know what it is, but I'm sorry.
Okay, courage. I think,
like, if you and I got shot, how would we react?
Well, I don't know. I think that we're straying a little bit from the question.
No, but it's important though. So, what moral failures in particular do you think are disqualifying from a Christian standpoint for him to serve in office or gain support from Christians?
Well, I actually do have some things pulled up, and I did read some scripture in preparation as well.
This is interesting.
Would you mind if I provided some of that?
Sure. Give me one or two examples.
Yeah.
And as long as you're applying the standard consistently, so for example, King David, Samson, Daniel, Joseph, and many figures in the Bible who are considered to be virtuous and righteous, because we're all sinners, and you know that.
Sure.
But
yeah, absolutely.
Please give me some examples.
Yeah, well, I'd like to quote a couple pieces of scripture. First from, it says, "Do nothing out of selfish ambition or vain conceit, and to value others above yourself." But Trump has continuously put himself over American citizens.
Yeah, let me ask you a question on that. He's gotten poorer since he ran for office. He's lost his business empire. He's been impeached twice, indicted 4 times, facing 700 years in federal prison. How is that putting his own personal ambition first? He's facing life imprisonment, his business empire to be taken away from him. That's actually putting the country above himself, isn't it?
Well, yes, but what about him selling golden sneakers, selling branded Bibles, which he claims to be the only one he endorses, $100,000 watches?
So yeah, I mean, but selling products to try to pay for legal fees is probably understandable, right?
But
how much do you think he's spending in legal fees a month?
Isn't that telling that he's a 34?
Oh, sorry. Hold on. Sorry, I'm trying to get that Bible verse queued up. I apologize. I done went and clicked, and I apologize for that. Let me bring this back in. Sorry about that, y'all. Forgive me. Okay, I'm trying to get that Bible verse up because it's interesting. I always like reading them in their full context. And he says, "Do nothing out of." Let me pull it in very quickly. All right, so this Philippians chapter 2. Verse 3 is the one that he quoted, but I just want you to read the example here. Christ's example of humility. Okay. Those are never inspired by God, the Holy Spirit, but they're also very helpful though, nonetheless. So if there is any encouragement in Christ, any comfort from love, any participation in the Spirit, any affection and sympathy, complete my joy by being of the same mind, having the same love, being in full accord and of one mind. Do nothing from selfish ambition or conceit, but in humility count others more significant than yourselves. I do think it's interesting because Charlie Kirk is literally saying this in his rebuttal. But if the young man had given the whole passage, I think he might have been able to say, yeah, okay, because this is where Charlie's going. I think this is very interesting. This verse doesn't support what this guy is saying, in my opinion. But shout out. Let's get done. Let's get done.
Justice is equally applied of Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton.
Well, no, but look what you guys said about
hold
Hillary
on.
Clinton.
That's very important, though, because do you think that Donald Trump would be experiencing this kind of criminality against him if his name wasn't Trump?
Yes.
Really?
I do.
So then why is it that no one's ever been indicted for what he got convicted for ever before in New York history?
Isn't that a great question?
Yes.
Why hasn't he been indicted?
No. Why has no one else ever been indicted for what he was indicted for? They made up a crime, the first ever for Donald Trump.
I don't.
So let me ask you, from a Christian perspective, we all fall short of the glory of God.
Facts.
Okay. Amen. And throughout the Bible, people who are sinners, such as I mentioned King David, who did a lot worse things than Donald Trump. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the story of King David. He literally not only committed adultery, he got the person he committed adultery with, Bathsheba's husband, sent him to the front of the line, got him murdered and killed so that he continued to commit adultery. Yet he was a man after God's own heart. We have Samson, who literally, when God came upon Samson, he was in a bed with prostitutes and was in the Hall of Faith in the book of Hebrews. We are not electing Donald Trump as a pastor of this country. We're electing him as a president. And we also see what he does. And this is a very important moral question. Let's say I grant you that Donald Trump embodies some of the sins that you and I both don't like. Is it matter more of what he's done in his personal life? Or does it matter more, for example, when you invade a sovereign country like Iraq and commit war crimes against millions of people?
Well, Donald Trump has contrasted multiple Christian values, but I don't.
Well, hold on, this is important though. Have we ever heard the mainstream media or yourself come up and say, how could a Christian vote for George W. Bush? Have you ever heard that argument?
No, but
well, hold on. George W. Bush invaded a sovereign country under lies and pretenses, and thousands of American soldiers died, and hundreds of thousands have PTSD, and millions of people had their lives displaced. We never say that George W. Bush was a bad Christian. Yet Donald Trump was the one that didn't declare any new wars. Blessed are the peacemakers. Donald Trump was the one that fought for the unborn and got abortion, Roe versus Wade repealed, and we have abortion laws across the country that are pro-life. The point is that it's easy to nitpick at Donald Trump's personal life, but what he actually did to impact the country was far greater than other presidents that called themselves Christians in years past.
Okay. It still doesn't quite make sense why a Christian would vote for him, but I appreciate your input.
He just explained to you. I think Charlie did an excellent job. That was great.
I put that very vaguely. I don't understand how Christians are okay with so much that he does, because he also refuses to accept responsibility and take accountability.
Well, but because we read the Bible, and the Bible is full of people that have very, very difficult, let's just say, colorful lives, and still are used for God's purpose. And and by the way, it's very easy to say, are you a sinner? You're not a Christian, but let's just say,
yes, I've sinned.
Yeah, we're all sinners. And so we look at Donald Trump and we say, wow, this is a guy who's obviously broken. We're all broken. And what do you do with your broken life?
That's the question. That's the $30,000 question. What do you do with your broken life? I think that needs to be brought. That should be it right there. What do you do with your brokenness? I think it's funny because this guy really, he even wrote down his little notes. Axl Rose. Why y'all doing that to him? Wait. Who said it? There it is right there. Why y'all doing that to that boy? Yeah, he thinks he's going to own this, and he doesn't. This is, I think, where I'm glad this is the last one. I like this one. I do think Charlie Kirk is doing a much better job on this one because he's bringing the scripture to bear. And something for them to think about, to meditate on, to gnaw on, to bother them forever until they come to grips with it is the fact that we're sinners. And as I said before, who is God? Okay, let's go.
Do you just golf all the time and fly around the world and hope things get better? Or do you get in the arena and fight for the country to the extent of where you get shot, you're under assassination attempts every day, and your business empire gets taken from you? That's incredible virtue that I'm going to teach my kids about and say, even if your back is against the wall, you keep on fighting. I think that's incredibly virtuous.
Okay. And I understand I'm not going to change your mind on this. So this is
you asked for an explanation.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's what I'm saying. So I respect that. Now you mentioned children that you have and raising them by morals. I mean, this is somebody who's running for the president of the United States. And as a matter of fact, traditional Christian theologian and philosopher Albert Schweitzer said that example is not the main thing in influencing others. It is the only thing. Now, the words of the president matter. And I understand you're raising 2 children. So he has been on track calling prisoners of wars losers. He lied to dodge
the never said that is not correct. That is a total lie, but that's fine. So,
okay, let me. So because you vote for Don, so okay. No, I'm gonna stay. I don't want to do whataboutism. So because I voted for Trump, then I need to answer for all of the things that Trump has ever said? I don't even know how that works. How does that work? That, well, he said something, so therefore that's the reason why I can't vote for him. Now, again, you would not apply that to the other candidates. You would never apply that to Kamala. You never apply that to Joe Biden. They would never have done that to anybody else. So why are we doing that now? That's just some crazy work right there. That's crazy work. Let's go.
Lied to dodge the military.
That is also not correct, but fine.
Called citizens vermin.
Well, he called foreigners in the country that have broken into the country vermin.
Okay.
You know who he called vermin? He called the Venezuelan gang members that rape women vermin. Can we all agree that they're vermin, everybody? Yeah. But that's fine. Just keep going. Yeah, I mean.
And his continuous bullying and name calling, I don't think that's a virtue you'd like to.
No, this is important. I want to say that, okay, let's pretend all that's right. Let's pretend that you weren't being fed misinformation. But I want to be clear. What is more virtuous? The guy that says stuff he shouldn't say, or the person that sends $200 billion on unnecessary war in Ukraine so 1 million people die? You have to choose. Which one would you rather have? Someone that talks sloppily or someone that funds wars around the world?
Okay, I was in the middle of my question.
No. It's important though.
Your own though, and
no, it's important because I wanted to hear from you though, because you obviously are not a supporter of Trump, and Trump is constantly under this attack that he's immoral and he's terrible. Yet we never judge the actions of our leaders who continue to have wars around the world where people die. Is that immoral to do?
It is immoral, but
I agree. So then why are we so fixated on the language of Trump and not on the actions of our current leaders?
First of all, our current leader, Biden, is not running for presidency this year.
Well, no, but the vice president is actually, and she's also in charge.
But not in charge the same way Joe Biden is currently.
Well, Joe Biden's certainly not in charge. So who's running the government?
Who is running? What's your answer to that?
I don't know. Like, we don't know who's running the government, actually, and it's horrifying. I mean, Kamala Harris went to the Munich Security Conference and provoked Vladimir Putin to invade Ukraine. She was in charge of the border. She was the border czar. The point is this, is that you can look through Donald Trump's language. People say he lies. He actually exaggerates, and those are two different things. But Donald Trump doesn't get in trouble for his exaggerations. He gets in trouble for telling the truth. And I'll give you an example. He gets in trouble for all of a sudden saying, oh, wow, the border's wide open. You're not allowed to say that. You seem super happy. Have a great day. Thank you. Gracious. I love you, Charlie. Thank you, guys. No, but I want to try to find some common ground here and try to see where you could. Well, I'm not going to make an excuse for everything a human being has done that it's not myself.
Sure.
But I will say that his track record of action has been very good for the country, and that is irrefutable.
Well, okay. May I
in summary, yes, and then we'll get to another question.
Okay. So what I was going to say is, right now with Hurricane Helene and Milton, he is profusely lying and criticizing the Biden and Harris administration. But local officials,
how?
By saying he's siphoning money out for illegal immigrants.
No, that's totally true.
That's not true. FEMA said it's not true.
You guys could hold on a second. FEMA literally says in their press release that they had a fund dedicated towards the southern border being a natural disaster, and they spent billions of dollars accommodating foreigners in this country with luxury hotels and interior flights. You can look at it yourself. FEMA gets money appropriated, and they decided to spend that money on the southern border and not on hurricane relief or tornado relief. Okay. That's a fact. And by the way, I'm not alone in that. A lot of senators agree. You could look it up yourself. I don't know, but see, that's not a lie, though. But you're accusing him of being a liar when he's telling the truth. You just made my point.
No, but you keep interrupting me. You're not letting me finish anything.
Because you're not. First of all, this is not your hour. This is my hour. You're asking me questions, right?
Yes.
Secondly,
well, does that mean you get to respect me differently?
Well, I know I'm totally respecting you, but if you're saying something that's not true, I'm not going to waste our time on that. Make one final point, please, about Donald Trump's character.
Local government officials have commended the job that Biden and Harris have done in giving them the aid they need. But Trump, in his rallies, he is making up stories, and he is taking advantage of people when they are most vulnerable for political.
This is not true.
For political points.
Okay. And why don't you go yourself to West North Carolina and tell me if it's going well? Okay, tell me if it's going well, because it's not actually. You could talk to local official after local official. I don't know where you're getting your information from, but please make one final point, and then we'll get to the next person.
Okay. Yeah.
Let me ask you a hypothetical. You're not Trump. You're not a Trump guy, right?
Correct. But I also know I'm not changing your mind. And
no, but I want to try to find morally where you're coming from. Would you rather have a president who sleeps around, exaggerates, and sells merchandise for himself, but we have no World War III and a good economy.
I think that's an exaggeration.
Hold on.
Exaggeration.
Wait,
Hold on.
what is it?
One second.
What's an
Or would you
under
rather have a
exaggeration?
president that speaks crisply and we have World War III and a wide open border and a terrible economy? You have to choose. Which would you have?
Well, I know I don't have time to answer this, but I'd actually...
It's an A or B choice.
Well, no, but I'd love to talk to you about it because I don't think the economy would be terrible under Harris and Walz. I don't.
And how's the economy right now?
Okay, so that's something I would love to talk to you if I had more time.
No, really quick. Is the economy good or bad right now?
Okay, so right now, from 2020 with global supply chain shortages.
Okay, yeah.
Exactly.
This is the problem with college is that they try to overly complicate the simple. Is the economy good or bad right now?
So
exactly.
So inflation right now,
it's horrible. Actually,
inflation right now is 2.4%, which is right on par with the other G7
guys. Can you afford regular things that you want to afford? See, this is what I'm talking about. Is that you got to get out of the clouds and listen to real people.
No, but
80% of Americans say the economy is horrible. Why do they say that?
Well, so I mean, this is a nuanced answer. It would take nuance, and I want to ask you, what would Trump do to fix this economy? Because his tariff
exactly what he did for 4 years. Because the economy was great when Trump was president.
Yes,
drill, baby, drill, deregulate, cut taxes, empower entrepreneurs, and allow people to invest in America again.
So
when Trump was president, the economy was objectively better. People remember it as better because it was better. The question is this: why do people think the economy is so bad right now?
So, because in 2020, global supply chain shortages, and after COVID, demand shot up, which put upwards pressure on prices. It caused inflation. That's an excuse to price gouge. Right now, inflation is down, but there has not been a price correction. Now, Trump's tariff. You seem like a nice, sweet person. You are so deceived. I got to get to the next question, which is that you did not answer the question. Most Americans think the economy is crummy. Most Americans think it was better under Trump. I'm going to trust the wisdom of everyday Americans, not the proven wrong academics that refuse to talk to real everyday people. So I'm not going to change your mind on it. Thank you for being here today. No, I appreciate your time. Thank you. Thank you for the talk.
Thank you.
Okay, so shout out to Charlie Kirk, man. I thought that was a great back and forth. I like that. And I think it's interesting to see this now in, hindsight, how he dealt with people. He's pretty close to them. They're in the midst of them, if you will. I thought it was great. I would have only wanted him to bring more of the truth of Scripture to bear, only because I think I don't know where these people are getting their moral values from. Like the young lady that was saying that all Black people sell drugs because they live in poverty. That was crazy work. There was some crazy work in here today, but that was definitely one that I was not prepared for. Oh, goodness gracious. What does Sailing Lucy Day say? Brand new member. Shout out to you. Thank you so much for becoming a new member. What? That's why they had to get rid of Charlie. Yeah, I mean, he was holding it down. Yeah, that woman I might have to clip that one. I ain't gonna lie. That one might get clipped because that was some crazy work. That was some stir-fry craziness. So what are we doing, Jason? Thank you so much for asking. I wanted to look at some of the things that Charlie was saying, and I thought it would be good to do that in lieu of the Candace back and forth. I'm not really a fan of it anymore. And I think that it's better. Why don't we look at something that we actually want to support? We actually want to see more of. We want more dialogue. We want more discussion. We want more people trying to be as truthful as possible from both sides of the microphone. I don't think Candace meets that standard by miles. So shout out to y'all. Thank you so much to everybody who hung out with me. What is it here real quick? What did Adam say with the 5? Thank you so much. Do you think Charlie would still support Trump on the Iran attack? I'd say yes. Yes, I believe Charlie would have been right there with him. Would have been like, do it. Yeah, I think he'd been right there with it. But I don't like, but we don't know, right? We don't know. It's kind of like saying if MLK had lived long enough, would he have become an outright Marxist? I don't know. Like a card-carrying Marxist. I don't know. So I think it's fair to say, though we can hypothesize and all that kind of stuff like that, we'll never know. There's never a way to know for sure. So that being the case, I don't think if Charlie would have or would not have, I don't think that would have been that would have changed the equation at all. I still support the attack on Iran, the actions in Iran. What did it hear? Thank you so much, SC Dog. Of course, is a brand new member. Said this with a 5. My dad divorced me when he divorced my mom. I thank the Lord for a strong, godly papa. He was my rock, but I did wish for my father. No lie. There we go, right there. And I think, and he's saying that in light of the conversation with the young lady that was saying that black families wouldn't be better if they had dads in the house. If more dads were in the house and intact families, that it wouldn't have been better. That's crazy work. Yeah, I totally believe he would have. I totally believe it. But shout out to y'all. Thank you so much to everybody who hung out with us today. We'll be doing this again tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow. Oh, yeah. We'll do a Charlie Kirk debate early, but at 7:00 I have Rick Caldwell from a Biblical Apologetics coming on. We're going to be looking at a pastor who believes that Don Lemon's attack, assault, protest inside of a church is a-okay. Like, what the world? We looked at this and like, Rick, this is crazy work. So yeah, we'll be doing that tomorrow. Tomorrow at, let me see if I got my. I'll just tell y'all real quick. Me and Tanash Peters are going to be on tomorrow morning at 9:00. I don't think I have my thumbnail though, but don't worry about it. I'll be on this channel in the morning. I'll just say it like that. So then y'all will know. I said I was going to keep it a secret till I got my thumbnail. I don't get the thumbnail. Why don't I got the thumbnail, my brother? So yeah, I'll be over there tomorrow morning. I'm looking at it real quick to see if I do not have it, but it's all good. Looking through here real quick. Okay, did not see it. Okay, but I'll be over on Tanash's channel in the morning. So it'll be 9:00 Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. And we are going to just have a good conversation, chopping it up. Oh, shout out to Eric. Eric Smith just emailed me. We're going to be doing a project together. Let me save that for later. But I want to say thank y'all to everybody. Yeah, I think we're going to have a good conversation. I'm looking forward to that. Let me give Tanasha's link in the chat. Excuse me. Should be a good conversation. I think we're going to be we're looking at something from Candace, I think, or we're just going to be having a good old back and forth. I forgot what we said we're going to talk about. Let me give y'all this. All right, here's Brother Peter's link in the chat. All right, there it is right there. Y'all go check them out. And let me see what. Okay, I don't see. I'm looking to see if he sent me the thumbnail. But anyway, that's where I'll be tomorrow morning, 9:00. And as soon as anything changes, or as soon as I get an update, I'll make sure I put a community post up. You're more than welcome, friend. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much. So Eric just emailed me. Like I said, I know I'm going out of town on Wednesday. I'll be back on Saturday night. Let me see. Okay, I'm trying to see when Eric can do it. If he's available to do it, like maybe Sunday, I'm gonna see if he wants to. If Eric Smith wants to come on the channel, we can talk about. What's the channel name? Do you mean Tanash's channel? Ginger Patriot? Here it is right here. Tanash Peters. Peter, please forgive me. If he's able to do it, if not, we'll do it next week. There we go. We'll do it next week, but I'll make sure you all know ahead of time. I won't just pop up and surprise you. I'll make sure he just, like I said, he just shot me an email. So as soon as I get a chance to look at it, I'll schedule it and make sure y'all know ahead of time. And I think it'd just be a good conversation to have. So that's what I'm looking forward to right here. Good stuff. Let me see what I got. All right. It's been a long night. Y'all, thank y'all so much for rocking with us. It's been fun. This is a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to jumping back in here with y'all. So tomorrow, we'll do a Charlie Kirk debate or Q&A. And then at 7:00, we'll jump. I'll probably start maybe at 6, and then we'll do the 6 o'clock debate, and then jump in, and me and Rick will be talking about this pastor that is saying that it is okay to protest in churches. It's all right. Don't worry about it. It's perfectly fine. That's a wild work, y'all, for sure. But thank y'all so much, everybody who's tapped in. Thank you for being a part of the best live chat on the internet. I really appreciate it. Thank you again to Shauna from Sarcastic Liberty. Thank you so much for hanging out. That was a lot of fun having her on. Hopefully we can do that again real soon. But I just appreciate y'all rocking with me. Thank you again to everybody. We're in the month of March. Welcome to all the brand new members, everybody who subscribed, helping your boy hit 100,000 subscribers by the end of April. Help your boy out. I really appreciate it, y'all. Thank you again. It means a lot. Okay, we got Tanash got his own little fan club. I'll make sure. I'm gonna say, hey man, matter of fact, let me screenshot that. Let them know. You got a little fan club over here. Gotta make sure it's a good show now because you got your little fans. Let me tell them right now, like, man, we gotta step our game up, man. We might need to do some extra warm-ups. Get ready, man. Gotta be loose. Get your little fan club over here. But thank y'all to everybody who subscribed. Thank you, everybody who tapped in. Thank you for just hanging out with us, giving your 2 cents. Thank you for helping us make this thing great, and I appreciate it. I am going to see what Chief Executive Secondborn has cooked, because she's cooked something. And I'm going to see what she got going on in there, because I'm an abusive dad. It's craziness. I'm going to definitely clip that part out. That part was just absolutely bonkers, what that lady said. But I appreciate y'all, man. Thank y'all so much for hanging out with us. And I will see you all tomorrow, 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Me and Tanash are going to be tying it up and chopping it up. So that'll be fun. So I'll see you all in the morning. Everybody have a fantastic and blessed night. I'll see you all real soon. Grace and peace. Wait, hold on. No, she wants to cook. She's cooking her lunch. She's cooking something for lunch. But I'm about to come in there and be like, oh, your lunch is my dinner. There you go. Grace and peace. Take care, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in to another episode of the Jay Witt Podcast. If you enjoyed today's show, please do me a favor and hit me up with that 3-piece special. Like the video, subscribe, and of course, share it with somebody who would also enjoy this type of content. And make sure you leave a comment, because I do pin the best comments to the top. So thank you so much for tuning in today. And until next time, everybody, grace and peace.